Afternoon, everybody. How you doing? Happy Easter. Happy Easter. Hopefully you've all ate your eggs. Right, let's get myself sorted. Let's get the chat up here because I ain't got the chat on at the moment. I've got a delivery arriving imminently of some Evo stick glue for Nathan's recovering of his radio. So if I suddenly disappear, you'll know why, because Mrs. Cruncher's out in the field preparing the vegetable beds for planting. And literally looking at the map, he's virtually on the doorstep. So you bet your life now I've gone live, he'll arrive. Look, waiting all day. Same old, isn't it? How's everybody doing? Anyway, there's quite a few in here. There's a few Easter egg eaters, I believe, in the house. I did eat some of mine. I'm not supposed to eat chocolate, really, but, you know, it's okay, isn't it? So, I'm trying to think who was in first. It wasn't Mike Atlantis, but afternoon to you, Mike. Brian Bomarito. Hi, Brian. Theo's in. Hi, Theo. Benji. Luigi. Hi, Luigi. Happy Easter to you as well, mate. Hi, David Tagg. Jess is in. Chocolate hacker there. That's a good idea, look. I don't know if they made them in chocolate, Jess, but it's a good idea. Phil Taylor, how you doing, Phil? Harb. You've eaten too many Easter eggs, Harb. Welcome, mate, anyway. And Rob Cross, afternoon to you, Rob. Rob Titheridge, good afternoon, Rob. So Theo's having a cold cross bun. Not a hot cross bun, a cold cross one. Evening Wenlock. Must be a late one, but Wenlock, you must be up late. I mean, how are you? No, this is not the one from the Christmas time. I mean, this is one that came in about a week ago. Featured it on, or shown it quickly last Sunday. Andrew Alsmer's in Monte Carlo. Very nice, Andrew. And Michael Hyde. Hi, Michael. I think you were in first today, if I remember rightly. Colin, how are you doing, Colin? Mick McGinn. Hi, Mick. Happy Easter to you as well, mate. I think I've said hello to everybody. And as I say, my Evo stick it's moved away. Hey? He's gone the other way. I'll tell you what, it says he's on the way to my address, but has to make some more deliveries. He was literally seconds away, but he's gone up Latch Lane now by the looks of it. So he's gone, he ain't far. He isn't far. So at some stage I'll have to nip out. The Christmas one is waiting for the glue to arrive. I've got a staple gun now. I've had to buy another staple gun because I can't find my existing one. It's all finished bar recovering, I mean. Must be nice down in Monte Carlo today. What, you down there for the Grand Prix, Andrew? Early. You've gone months ahead just in case you miss it. That's not Monte Carlo, actually. It's Monaco, isn't it, the Grand Prix? Same stuff, innit? Same place, virtually. So, today we've got the Roberts RP30. Roberts? I swore. Where's the goat? Yeah, I should think so. Roberts! He stuck it on my doorstep, literally. Yeah, it could be. Your battery's gone on one of the goats. Too much. Oh no, he's working. Apologies for the premature goat action. Fancy the break, very nice. Yeah, we're looking at the feedback from other deliveries from this well-known company that delivers every day of the week. It's likely to be beaten to hell when it gets here, so it could literally be stuck to the doorstep. You could well be right, Theo. So let's stick that out of the way. Normally they just ring the bell, leave it on the doorstep step and drive off. They don't wait for us to answer the door or anything. Rob, how are you? Beautiful day in Powderham. It's lovely here. As I say, Mrs. Cruncher's over turning the beds over, ready for putting her runner beans in. But we have had a couple frosts here. She bought a load of plants on Friday, put them in, and then Saturday morning we had a frost. So we were lucky we didn't lose them really. And then lo and behold, this morning we had another frost. So there you go, Doug. Happy Easter to you as well, Doug. Welcome, mate. So yeah, story behind this one is I bought this radio for myself. I haven't got one. I've given away the only one that I have to Nathan when I eventually finish it. And I bought this one really relatively cheap, well, very cheap on eBay. And I showed it last Sunday, and Shaun, Mr. Mancave Workshop, who will be in later on, he spotted it and thought, I really like that, I want it. So he messaged me and said, I want it. I said, why is this not for sale? I said, well, he said, well, you know, but I want it. I said, well, you can have it, Shaun, I said. No worries, you have it if you want it. Hi, Graham, how are you? So we're now doing this radio for Shaun. So there you go. Obviously he's a mate, so he's got it for mates rates. So we need to do it as cheaply as possible. No, I mean we need to put the best stuff in it that we can. He doesn't want new transistors. He wants the old ones zapped. So that'll be a bit of a challenge because someone's cut the legs off of them. But there you go. How much, Graham? I bought it for 15 quid plus the postage. It was just over 20 quid in all, which was a bargain for one of these, really. I mean, usually you expect to pay around 4 quid for a Hacker. One of these larger ones anyway. The smaller ones go cheaper, but these bigger ones tend to be around about the 50 quid mark. 40 quid mark. This one's got no rear grille, so that's going to be a bit of a challenge trying to find one of those, because I don't know if I've got, well, I won't have one, but whether I can find a radio that's a bit beaten up and pinch the back door or take the thing off of it. You got one on cheap as well, with the grey knobs. Yeah, apparently they made this blue one in 2 different colours. Well, same blue, but they did white knobs or blue knobs. So let's get my camera sorted out. I have them sort of prepared today. So yeah, you can see this is the one with the white knobs, although they're yellow. The other thing is, I think these are finished with a lacquer. In fact, I'm sure they're finished with a lacquer. And I think the lacquer has just started to bubble up, and it's allowed the air to get in and corrode them. So we're going to need to deal with those as well. You won't be able to see them there, but if I get the overhead camera, so you can see we've got no rear grille, so we've got to sort that. And we did try it out last week. You were saying we, but you know what I mean. So let's see if the overhead cam's working. Yes, it is. So I don't know if you can see that, and let's turn that light off. You might be able to see it better. Yeah, so can you see the sort of what's happened to the knobs? And I think these are lacquered, and the lacquer has started to come away. And I think that's let the damp in and started to corrode it. So any ideas on that will be, yeah. So I think it's lacquered, and the lacquer's just started to give way, and it's let the damp into it. So you can see it's on that one as well. The other two aren't quite so bad over the other side. They're not quite so bad, but you can see that the knobs have yellowed where it's been in the sun. But overall, it is a very nice radio. I say, Shaun said, "Is it any good?" I said, "Well, I bought it for myself, Shaun, so it's got to be fairly good. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bought it." But yeah, he's going to have himself a good little radio there. He doesn't want me to repad it, and I think he will at some stage feature it on his channel. So lots to do on it. as I say, it doesn't work, and it's going to be transistors, I would have thought. But I have got another amplifier board that I can try in it. But I don't think it's the amplifier board because we're getting no signal to the amplifier. Can I print a grill? I could, Graham, but the problem I've got is my 3D printer's not working at the moment. So yes, I could print a grill, but unfortunately with the 3D printer out of action, it's not going to happen. So probably I'm going to have to steal one off of another radio and then print one for that radio. Afternoon, Harvey. Put some nasty caps in there for him to change. He's not here at the moment, so should we put some faults on the radio for him to find? He can do a bit of fault finding then, couldn't he? Looks like an 80s car stereo, Jess. I mean, I suppose you could. A lot of people back... I mean, this radio is 1964. So I'm trying to think what cars would have been around in 1964 and whether they'd have had radios in them. Because a lot of these radios were designed to be used in a car or at home, and it has got the external antenna socket in it for like a car antenna. Afternoon, Keith. How are you? So say very well made radio, nice and easy to work on, and the amplifier board has got dozens of capacitors in it, absolutely dozens of the things. So I think we're going to get the Abbott in for Sunday. I've got some tins of Abbott this week in the shopping. I do like a drop of Abbott. I used to sell it on, well, they still do. It used to be in all the Weatherspoons. Did a nice pint of Abbott on draft. We used to have a pint of Abbott if I went into Weatherspoons. Ford Anglia, yeah, that would have been 1964. I'm trying to think. My Ford Capri was 1970, the Mark 1, so it would have been pre the Capri days. I'm not sure when the Capris were first made. I think Minis were about in 64, weren't they? Was the Austin Mini about in 64? I don't know. Some. Benji's been busy buying on eBay. I'm currently in the market, and I don't know if anybody can help out here. One of you might. I've recently bought, I was given a job lot of cassettes. Now, these have all been recorded on, but a lot of them are Type 2, so they're really good quality cassettes. And I want to bulk erase them. Now, my good friend Gary had a bulk eraser, and I was destined to go to see Gary to bulk erase a load of these cassettes, but sadly that's not going to happen now. So I need a bulk eraser, or anybody that's got a circuit or some idea of how I can erase these. And you know, I've got probably about 80 of them, so I don't really want to play 80 of them through on auxiliary mode to blank them, and that doesn't completely blank them. I need to bulk erase them. I bought this off of eBay. I bought this off of eBay, allegedly a cassette eraser, and I've passed this one through it dozens of times, and if I turn the volume up I can still hear the recording. So it sort of partially erases them, but it doesn't fully erase them. It leaves background noise and still a little bit of music in, so no good. Whether that'll work on standard cassettes, as I say, these are mostly Chrome Type 2 cassettes. Capri around 71. A mate of mine had a Capri in 1969, Theo. He had a G-Reg which was 1969. So they were a little bit earlier than that, but I don't think they were about in 64. So yeah, I'm looking for a bulk eraser because that is pretty useless. It'll get rid of some of it. It might work with a standard cassette. I haven't tried it on a standard one yet. But this particular one's a TDK CD in. It's a Type 2 cassette. And the only thing I can think of at the moment is to take a suitcase full of them down to see Aston in Plymouth, who's got one. So I know Aston's got one, but yeah, so I'm after a bulk eraser, people, if anybody has got one that they don't ever use anymore. Austin A30, A40, Morris Minor, Morris Traveller. Plonk a big transformer on top of one and apply mains to the transformer. I think you can make them. I've heard of them being made, Harvey, by taking the E's and I's apart and just rebuilding the transformer with just the E's, if you know what I mean. Just the E laminations. But it sounds dodgy to me. Oh, the original Ford Capri, I remember that one. That's the fastback one, wasn't it? That was sort of very American looking. Yeah, I remember that one. Well, I don't remember it, Theo. I have seen them though. You don't know if it's possible to totally erase a cassette. There is always going to be... Apparently you can, Doug, because I have emailed a company that makes bulk erasers for like the military and industry for deleting digital tapes, etc., which are really hard to delete, and it certainly can be done. And I know Aston sent me a PDF or a forum message saying what sort of intensity of magnetic field. It's an electromagnet you want really to erase them. But, yeah, they all need different Gauss figures. It is, or Osto. I can't remember what he said now, but interesting reading. But yeah, so if anybody's got one that they want to lend me, I can send it back to you. If you've got one and you want to just pop it off to me, I can send it back to you after I've done it. But I literally have got a box full of these to do. Just disassemble a useless transformer. Yeah, Hillman Minx. I remember us having a Hillman Super Minx. Vauxhall Viva, yeah. You good on these cars, Wenlock. Hillman Imp. Free engine in the boot. Yeah. Yeah, disassemble a useless transformer. There's someone that's talked about disassembling a microwave transformer, pulling it apart. And but it all sounds a bit too dodgy for me. Doesn't sound very safe. I had a Vauxhall Viva, definitely, because I had a Viva Mark II, which I blew the engine up on, and I managed to get a second-hand Mark I and pull the engine out the Mark I and put it in the Mark II. So I know about the Viva very well. A noisy old transformer would be best to disassemble. Have you had any experience of erasing cassettes then, Benji? Or reel-to-reel tapes? Same bit of kit. Viva caught fire with you. Error 52. A handheld degausser for the picture tube of a TV may work too if you can't get your hands on a dedicated eraser. A degausser for the picture tube of a TV. Yeah, it was the Viva HC. In fact, I had a Viva HC, was my very first gas fan, Graham. So yeah, a TV tube degausser. Yeah, I shall have to do a search on that then, Error 52. Your dad's first car was an Austin 14. I remember we had a Rover P45, I think it was. Was it? Rover 2000. Yeah, we had a Vauxhall. No, we didn't have a Vauxhall. We had a Hillman Super Minx, and we had an Austin Maxi. Oh God, that was horrible. Try a degaussing wand. I've got one of those, Harp. I don't think they're very powerful. Not powerful enough, I don't think, to degauss tape itself. Jess is saying neomidium. Is that how you pronounce it? Magnets. Focus saying my first one was a Ford Capri, as I'm sure I've said many times. We seem to have quite a strong car following on here, don't we? Harp is saying a TV picture tube one. Ah, right, okay. Right, yeah, I've got one for demagnetizing tape heads, but I don't think that would be strong enough. I mean, the magnet in this thing is really strong. That little lump of black stuff there. You could bolt a magnet to an electric drill and spin it to create a change in flux. It's starting to sound like the mad scientist, Harvey. Mark II Cortina. Yeah, the old 1600E was a lovely Cortina, wasn't it? Mark II. Of course, we had the Lotus Cortinas, which are, well, off the chart now, money-wise. There used to be quite a few of them about, but what a price they are now. Especially, I love the Mark I Lotus Cortina. Lovely, lovely car. Error 50 Sue saying tape head demagnetizer won't work. Not nearly strong enough. I didn't think it was. I did watch somebody that was using a magnet out of a remote control like racing car. A very strong magnet, and that was 100% erasing a reel-to-reel tape. He just cable tied it underneath the mechanism and just ran the tape through it, and it totally erased it. Escort Mark I in Daytona yellow. Yeah, mate of mine, when we used to go to college, had one of those. Two of us had Capris, and this chap had a Mark I, and it was in yellow, but it was in British Telecom yellow, as his dad worked for BT, so he got the paint from the BT vans. That's back when they used to be called the Busbys, wasn't it? Yeah, back when. Was it British Telecom back then? I really don't know. I think it's much better to start afresh, Graham. You get a better recording, and apparently demagnetizing them properly actually realigns all the magnetic particles on them. So apparently it is. Use a neomidium magnet or record the best of Des O'Connor over existing material. I've got some good Des O'Connor. I got some good Des O'Connor stuff, Ninja. Jess is saying, run the tape through a tape recorder with a play tape removed, just the erase head to erase a tape in fast record mode on silent recording. I had thought of trying to do something like that, Jess, to butcher up an old cassette player and stick it in record, but just with the erase head. I had thought of trying that. An MRI machine. I haven't got one of those handy at the moment, Luigi. No, I haven't really got one of those here. I'll have a look, but I don't think I have. Yeah, I think I'd notice it if it was here. So yeah. Nana Muscori's greatest hits. I've got some of her stuff as well, Graham. I've got a cassette tape of Nana. If you're into that stuff, I can dig it out, no problem. Butcher a microwave transformer. Yeah, that's what a couple people have said. I have looked online for making one, and there's not really anybody that's done any sort of plans or schematic to make it. Bung out the tape and buy a fresh new one. Yeah. Have you looked at the price of chrome dioxide new tapes on eBay, Theo? They're like £7 each, and some of them are up as much as 50 quid each for a Type 2 cassette. So recycling them is a damn sight easier than buying new ones for sure. I have got some new ones. I've got probably about 8 or 10 brand new unrecorded ones. But like I say, I've got a massive amount of these. I mean, they're all been recorded on. So whoever, and it's all stuff that I would never listen to. It's all classical stuff. I mean, it's some weird stuff. I can go and get a few if you want to have a look in a minute. Some real obscure stuff. Generation, how are you? Good day to you as well, mate. Buy the CD instead. Oh, you're full of it, you lot, today, aren't you? Permanent magnets will work for erasing the tape, but they leave a lot of background hiss. Later, when recording, that hiss may still remain quite audible. Yeah, I have heard that, Error 52. So proper electromagnet is the best way. eBay sellers take the P even on reel-to-reel pre-recorded tapes. It is expensive as hell, Theo. Careful with the microwave transformers. There's 2 kilovolts on the secondary. Oh God. See, it's not the way to go, Doug, is it really? Saying that, I think you've got to pull the secondary off. I think you've got to pull one of the windings off. Valdunican. I've got some Valdunican as well, Michael. I've got some Valdunican as well. I still don't know. My glue should have arrived by now. Oh, it's delivered. Oh, it's delivered. Let me go and get the glue, and I'll get some of these. I'll get some of these cassettes as well while I'm at it. Just show you why a bulk eraser would be the way to go. So it didn't ring the doorbell again. Look, it just says it's been delivered. So he's just dumped it outside the doorstep. I expect it's probably because it's beaten to hell. Okay, there it is. Well, that doesn't feel like a substantial tin of Evo stick. It was expensive as well. It's one of these sort of industrial Evo stick. It's supposed to be fast grab. Let me just grab a handful of these cassettes and I'll show you what I mean. I'll just dig down and grab a random handful. It says smashing the cases off of them. Just trying to find some different brands here. Okay, that's a good selection. We've got some pre-recorded stuff in there as well. Oh. Yeah, it's a bit difficult to carry loads of cassettes. Let's just pick up the case that sprang off. So it's all classical music pretty much. Right, back in the room. I just want to erase the lot, Error 52. Just erase the lot and start again, really. Faldunicum will erase anything. 40-60 are about 10 out of the rubbish type 2 ones. Rubbish type 2 ones. I'm surprised you can get type 2 ones for that. So we've got that's Boots CP290 type 2 chrome dioxide position. We've got Bliss Color Symphony BBC something, can't see it, 451 Barber Souvenirs Op 28 Oscar Peters. I mean, yeah. So we've got a Maxell SLN, that's a type 1 by the looks of it. Verdi Quartet, that's a pre-recorded one. I think some of these pre-recorded ones are chrome as well. That's Janet Hilton Plays Weber, look. Whoa, good stuff. All the cassettes from the charity shops in the 20-mile radius. That tape belonged to a boring plonker. That's it, they gave them to me for nothing, Graham. Another type 2 Boots cassette, look. That's got a Vaughan Williams Bartok on it, whatever the hell that means. Rachmaninoff Piano Sonata. Brahms and Vaughan Williams. Another one of those Maxell type 1s. Another TDK CDing type 2. They were quite good cassettes. I mean, it is noticeable. It is very noticeable a recording on chrome dioxide compared to normal tape. You do get much more range on it. Put them in a plastic bag and hang them on someone's big old electric welder, not one of the new inverter ones. Just go and randomly hang them on. We've got Tchaikovsky, look, and that's on chrome. It's got a little C on the inlay card there, so that's a chrome tape. Tchaikovsky Souvenir de Florence. I'm not into classical music, to be honest. Never have been, really. I don't mind some of it, but another Boots CP, a Maxell UD2, look, chrome dioxide. You can tell the chrome tapes because the tape is a lot darker. It's almost black, the tape on a chrome dioxide. Helios, music for bassoon and piano, and that's a chrome tape as well. It's the same. Erase. And another Maxell UD2 type 2. So say that there's probably knocking on 100 tapes there. I've got about 100 tapes, so where am I going to put those now? Where they're not going to fall everywhere. Nowhere really, because they're going to fall everywhere anyway. So let's have a quick look at my Danger glue package. See if they beat this up. Your cat hated Rachmaninoff, did he? I'm not surprised. There he is, Aston. Happy Easter to you, mate. We're just talking about you just now. I'm going to come down armed with a suitcase of cassettes, Aston. All right, let's see if they managed to beat my tin up. No, they haven't. There we go, Evo Stick 528. That's my my glue of choice for re-foaming the Hackers. High initial grab, high strength and fast drying. So it's a little bit stronger than the stuff you get in the tubes. I mean, that was expensive for a little thing like that. It was 10 quid odd, that was. But there you go, that's what I'm going to be using to refoam the other RP30, which has to be done soon because I've had it here since Christmas and Nathan still hasn't got it because I couldn't find my staple gun initially. So I bought another one and I thought I'm going to treat it to some bit better glue. So this is supposed to be the dogs. So if I find somewhere to put that. You got 20 machines there, 52 of you? Hell. So we ought to get on with this radio, didn't we, really? Shaun will be telling us off. He won't be in till, I think, somewhere between 3 and 4, he said. So we might see Mr. Mancave later on. Let's connect it back up again. And let's see where we are with it. Say last week, thanks to everybody for joining us last week and bearing with it, because I certainly got hit nicely by YouTube for copyright hits. As was to be expected. We knew it was coming. So I have managed to get rid of some of the copyright stuff, but not great. So, volume. So there's a little pop out of the speaker. Oh, hang on. Maybe we've got some caps reforming because I can hear some RF. Whoa! How bizarre, that wasn't working last week. We're going to have to put the price up now, it's working.
Gardening, despite my mother and grandmother's best efforts. I have a medium-sized peace lily that is my pride and joy, but other than that, every plant in my care, I'm ashamed to say, has met a very sorry end. I'm used to my first market bought herbs dying within a few weeks, and most either wilt away or go brown and crispy. However, my most recent mint plant has outshone the rest.
Let's get the let's get the active antenna in.
How do I not turn my
and let's have a listen to the audio on it. Let's pop that on.
So it's not just down by that.
So that's a long way there.
Could you just describe what we're looking at?
It's quite phenomenal, really. I've not known many people that can turn a plant pink, so plaudits to you. And so it looks like a very leggy mint plant, and bits of the stem and all the lower leaves showing this malnourished look.
Scratchy. That's the bass control.
It's quite interesting looking.
That might have a bit of...
Yeah, it is.
That might have a bit of DC on that.
Too much about killing supermarket herbs. I think first thing to remember is not all...
So it's fine on minimum volume as well. I can't hear anything on minimum volume, so...
Any nutrition
It's got a good volume pot on it, which is nice. Okay. So although it's working, it's still going to need an overhaul because it hasn't been done. The audio isn't great on it. Doesn't sound great. So we're going to need to take it apart, aren't we? The amp board has got to be recapped, and I think we need to zap the AF117s and put them back in properly. Barry, afternoon, how are you? Charity Shop's only just taken VHS and cassette tapes again, but for years they wouldn't even record shops were giving them away, but now they're back. Strange. It is strange, isn't it? Right, let's pop that off. Let's get the handle off. Let's take it out of the chassis. So let's unplug that. $50 bucks would certainly clear out any problems, wouldn't it? It would be like a big purge. So the caps in the amplifier on these are pretty shocking. So to get out of the chassis, you've basically got two screws here. Let's get my beer out of the way. Squeak, 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 squeak. Come on. God, he's fighting all the way, that one. I'm going to get a little pot here somewhere. I think these have been out before because the heads are slightly chewed on the screws here. And we got that one in there. How you doing, Barry, anyway? As I say, someone's already been in this one, Rob, and cut the screen leads on the transistors. Just pull those out. We've also got a little nut and bolt missing off of the ferrite there. That's wobbling about very nicely. Right, so that should come out. Come on. They take a bit of getting out because they've got like a round piece that there we go, that's that one that sits in a recess. This one does not want to come out. Got the little battery label still there, which is nice. Let's put the price up again. Right, I think we'll do the chassis first. It's shedding foam dust everywhere. Let's get rid of that because that ain't good stuff to breathe in. Afternoon, Sheridan. Right, better. better. So yeah, if anybody has got one of those and they want to lend it, otherwise I'm going to be travelling down to poor old Aston in Plymouth and landing a load of cassettes on his lap. Okay. Well, there's 3 AF117s in this. Someone has had a good old go at them. So I'm going to have to probably, because Shaun wants to try and keep him if he can. So we're going to be doing a bit of zapping. So probably going to electrocute myself. We've got alka modes in here. There's an alka mode there. So there is a fair bit of work to do on this. I'm going to sneeze. Excuse me. I didn't turn the mic off quick enough. Apologies for that. Where is the boy? He's out. He's out today for a while. Mike, I'm going to sneeze again. It's that bloody dust up your nose. Managed to mute it that time. Right. So let's get the desoldering tool on. I've been in there and I've cleaned that out today. So what have we got in here? We've got 3 caps there to do and 3 transistors, so there's not too much to do on this board. There's a tantalum in there, but we don't need to worry about those. Pretty straightforward with one of these. It's just got the AM board on it, because the RP18 has got a second board over here for FM. And there's also a bolt-on tuning unit for FM for the front end as well. So this is virtually the same radio, but without those 2 things on it. Yes, I think this one has had a replacement volume pot. All the rubbers look nice. So we've got quite a lot of tarnish on these silver bits, so we'll have a go at that with the wire wool. That'll clear them off. We'll leave the top panel on for now and the knobs. So these AF11, well, they 117s. Let's go a bit closer. So you can see, if we look at that one, can you see they're actually on, a bit of light in there, a bit better. They're actually got like these little ferrules that stick out the board. And the legs are soldered down through them. You can see that the negative, the shield wire has been cut off of there. Look. So probably going to have to just solder that back to the top of there. That should fit okay actually. That one will be fine. So yeah, all 3 AF117s. You tend to find that. I mean, in the RP18, I think it's got AF117s in the AM section and AF114s in the FM section. Right, we're pretty much up to temperature. As I say, I have serviced the desoldering gun today just to make sure it actually performs. So let's just mark these again. We'll go Shaun ain't going to want them marked really, is he? So mark it at 3, 2, and the unmarked one is 1. Okay. Let's make sure this is clear. Nice. Okay. Let's zoom in a little bit closer and sort the light out as well, so you can sort of see what I'm up to. Degaussing wand and TV degaussing pancake don't work on tapes, tried that. Mini came out in '59, magnet erasers cause heads to be magnetized. Great. So basically it's the proper bit of kit or nothing, Aston, isn't it? That's what you're trying to say. Okay. So that's a shield, we'll leave that one in. This one's got this green wire attached. It's the first one out. Not looking nice. You have got to put a bit of heat into these. That's the shield. Two, and the last one. That's a shield. Resonator, how are you, mate? What's the solution then, Aston? It's the proper kit or nothing, I think, is what you're trying to say. So we'll see. We'll see if I can get hold of one. If not, I'm gonna have to come and see you, Aston, I think. There we go. We'll also take this one out as well. I think this is marked, but it's in the way. It's Elka mode. Can't be that one, can it? Okay. Turn that off for a bit. So let's have a look at these transistors then. Let's get down on the bench. You're waiting on parts for the Sovereign 3, are you? If we're going to help you out, Resonator, then let me know. Probably just capacitors to get the thing. Did you manage to download the manual? I sent you the link for Resonator. Oh, hey Lou, how you doing, mate? You only have a manual solder sucker. It does make things a lot easier, Lou, doesn't it? How are you anyway? So let's have a look. Let's how are we going to do this? Can I get that down there somewhere? Yeah, you can roughly see that, can't you? Yeah. It might not be the sharpest picture on the planet. Let's have a look. Get it center of the screen, it'll be a bit better. There we go, that's better. So this is number... I did more of these as well. This is number 3. So this is the very last one. Where's my pen to mark that a bit better? If I ditch the pen, probably drop the pen on the floor, that's better. There it is, number 3. Number 3. Let's have a look at this one then. As I say, Shaun does want to reuse these, so we're going to need to zap them. So I'll just use the case. Let's go to the collector. Okay, yeah, so it's got 80 ohms. So it's got a short to collector, base, 500 ohms, and emitter. 32 ohms, so it's got a hell of a short to the emitter. I mean, it's possibly going to have shorts between these, I don't know. I mean, you're bound to get some resistance between them because you've got diode junctions there, but that's always a risk if you leave them in. Even if you cut the shield wire off, you're still likely to get shorts. We don't have Newark stuff over here, no. I'm glad you got it, Sam Resonator. How's it going over there, Lou? Anyway, we haven't heard from you for a while. The Whiskers of Doom. Yeah, so that one's definitely got whiskers. This is transistor number 1, which has got lots of tape around it to stop it shorting out. I would assume that's because someone's cut the legs off of it. They haven't taken the board out, they've just cut the legs and soldered it back onto the existing legs. And the shield wire is really short on that one. That's going to be fun. But we'll see what we can do. Let's take that off. Oh. That one doesn't want to be measured. He's just ran away. He ran away quickly and he's disappeared under the desk. Right. That is nasty, isn't it? The state of that. You see that? My God. Well, at least they got it working, though, to be fair. End of the day, they got it working. Right, collector. Around about 250 ohms. Don't think I'm holding it very well there. Yeah, so we got a short there. Base. There's still a short there. It's not a very big one. An emitter. Yeah, it's in the mega ohms, so we have got resistance there. There shouldn't be anything. That one's had it. And the last one, transistor number 2. Come in number 2. Try this one. Collector. Yeah, okay, 6 mega ohms, yeah. Base. A little bit. I mean, it might just be that I've not got a very good connection there on the case. Yeah. An emitter. Yeah, so as I say, it should stay OL on all of those really. Now they've been failing for years, Lou. They're really bad. These are all AF117s. Afternoon, Harvey, how are you? Has anyone got a Baofeng UV82 battery they don't want? They're dead cheap on eBay, Harvey. They're hellish cheap, those Baofeng batteries. Hi Nick, how are you? Been out doing a bit of gardening, are you? Yeah, but I don't think we have a... Oh, actually, no, we do. I think, aren't Newark part of the Farnell group? I think they might be. Or is it Mauser or Rapid? I think Newark are part of the Farnell group resonator. So, yeah, we might have them over here. £6 grand? What? Hell. I was looking this morning actually because I've got a couple of them here, Harvey. I was looking for batteries and battery chargers, and I'm sure they were about £7 I was looking at. I'm not sure which one you've got though. What one did you say? Have a look on Amazon, Harvey. AliExpress is your place, mate. AliExpress is the place to get them. From China, if you don't mind, if you're not in a hurry, mate. AliExpress is the place to go. UV82. I'm sure they're about £7, Harvey. I might be wrong. The 6K erasers for government secret squirrel stuff. Yeah, AliExpress then is your friend there, Harvey. You probably get 2 or 3 of them for that price. Right, so that's the transistors. They all need zapping. What am I going to do with this one? I don't know if that one will reach. The problem with transistor number 1 is it's in between 2 IF cans. It's very, very difficult to get in there with anything. In fact, it's a bloody pig of a job to get in there. Let's alter the camera about a bit. Let's get that out of the way. So yeah, transistor number 1 sits up in between these two, and you literally haven't got room to get your fingers in there or anything. So I'm gonna have to probably pop another AF117 in there. So I'm gonna have to find an AF117 with a bit longer legs on it. Just pop in there. If I can get them out, come on. As I say, I've got a few. These are nearly all pulls from other machines. Other radios. There's one with longer legs. That one will do it. He'll do. He'll go in there. So that one's no good for there. That one I should be able to save, and that one I should be able to save. So we'll chuck that one in my junk box. And we'll go with this one, which has got longer legs on it. Probably still got shorts, so it needs zapping. But yeah, I've got a lot of second-hand AF117s, as you would expect. Oop. Right, let's just test this one as well while I'm at it. Yeah, have a look on AliExpress and report back to us, Harvey. Let us know what we can get them for on there, because I say I might need one or two, because mate of mine Les let me have a couple of those. Let's have a quick look, see if we got any shorts on this then. Yeah, we got shorts on that one as well. Not a lot, but we have got shorts. Yeah. So we need to set up for zapping. Let me find a capacitor for using for zapping purposes. I need to link my power supply across, as I'm using both outputs. Pop the voltage right up, let's track the two sides. So we'll chuck it up to 30 volts. So we'll zap with 60 volts and I'll bang the amperage up. That's it, 5 amps. We'll chuck about 3 amps for it. That'll clear it. Okay, so what we need to do to start with, I say it's a little while since I've done any zapping of AF117s. Hopefully we don't snap these legs off. Sounds like Mrs. Cruncher's back in. Shame to be inside today, really, isn't it? But, you know. So I've got this turned up to 427 degrees. I think that's a little bit too much. I've been working on an SWR meter for a friend here, and that needs some serious heat to get that thing sorted. Let's get a different tip put in. Afternoon, Derek, how are you? Just come in from walking Cooper. Very nice. It's nice out there, Derek, isn't it? Make some room here. So what I need to do for zapping is get you in a bit closer. What you need to do for zapping is join all three junctions together. Base emitter collector, join them all together with a bit of solder. Let's pop a little bit on there. And then we need to put a capacitor across the thing. So I'm just going to tack this capacitor onto there. You need to make sure that the capacitor is rated for the voltage you're going to use to zap with. So this is a 100 volt cap, and it's 100 microfarads. So the idea is to connect the power supply now across the positive and negative to charge a cap up, and then touch it to the transistor to zap away the nasty whiskery things. So this is the bit that I very often get wrong. You need to make sure you put the negative on the negative and the positive on the positive, otherwise it goes bang. So we're all set to go. So it's just a case now of turning the power supply on and touching that. and that is 60 volts. Through that transistor. Let's just turn that off again. So that cap is still charged to 60 volts, don't forget, so you don't really want to be grabbing hold of that. Let's see if I can find a resistor to just short that off. Here's my pot of resistors. So I just got this that I just used to discharge the cap. It just discharges it a bit more gently than just shorting it out. Afternoon Dids, how are you? Afternoon Jed. A Newark off Farnell, also CPC, thanks for that Jed. It's 100 volts, 100 microfarads. Yes, Lou, you're right. It's 100 microfarads, 100 volts, and it's 105 degree rated. So it's 100, 100, 100 really. So next thing to do, just to be belt and braces, is to just solder the negative on as well now. Or solder the negative to the negative, well, to either lead, but so I've just soldered that onto the shield wire now, so it's now all one unit. It's still separated. So connect it back up again. Turn it on, and hopefully it won't go bang. And now we've got to whack it. I'm going to use the back end of a screwdriver because I keep doing it. So all I'm going to do is just, and that's just in case there's any right near the edge that I haven't quite got zapped away. Okay, job done. Again, we'll just discharge that. Disconnect him. I'll leave that one over there because that's done. On to the next one. Same again. All three junctions together. Leaving the shield wire out. There's a clever chap whoever thought this up originally. I mean, I got it off of the Vintage Radio Forum, really. And Mark Hennessy's excellent article on transistors. So I don't have any claim to this method, although I've used it very, very successfully hundreds of times. So it's not just a one-off fluke. I've done loads. Well, anybody that's watched the channel knows that I've done loads of these. It's almost boring for you, isn't it? Right, same again. Make sure we're right way round, positive to the junctions. Well, it's just you need to be the right way round on the capacitor. It doesn't matter whether you've got the negative attached to the three junctions or whether you've got the positive. It doesn't matter, but as long as you connect your power supply the right way round on this. Right, so let's do it again. Power on. Make sure we're the right way round. Yes, we are. Just touch that. There we are. Simple as that, really. It's not difficult, let's just have a look, see what voltage is left in that a minute. It should retain its voltage. Yeah, so we've still got 58 volts left in that one. Look, I've got the leads around the wrong way, but yeah, still 58 volts left in that. Just why I do discharge them in between. So again, we'll solder the wire on to the negative. On our leads again. Positive, negative. I mean, this bashing bit, I don't know whether it works or not. I can't really say it does or it doesn't. It's a good idea, so I always go with it. So make sure that's the right way around. Turn it on again. Have a sip of beer. Just give it a whack. There we go. We don't know that these are actually done yet till we stick them on the meter in a minute. And there is always a chance that you can damage your junction doing like this. So you need to put them on a transistor tester or a multimeter afterwards just to make sure you've still got your junctions present. And the last one. Again, this one's got a bit of a short legs on it. With short leg on the shield wire, that is. Brian's saying, would you mind explaining what the tin whiskers are? What it is for some reason the formula they used to create the actual metal can that surrounds the transistor is made of a tin substance, and it's very very fine crystalline hairs grow inside them, Brian. They grow from the tin case in towards the junctions, and of course the case is connected to ground in the radio, and what happens is it grounds all the junctions out. If you search for NASA tin whiskers on the internet, Brian, there's an article there written by NASA in conjunction with some of our guys over here. They actually did an investigation into it. I've got the article somewhere here. But yeah, if you search NASA tin whiskers, you'll get a bit more info. Right. Rock Mihai videograph camera. Yes, we're repairing the transistors. We're zapping the shorts off of them. And just let me do this one, and I'll pop you up the article by Mark Hennessy. Then anybody that's wondering what the hell's going on, if they'll ever look at that article, it'll explain everything far better than I can. So I'm just going to solder the cap to the 3 junctions. Make sure I can reach the negative, which I can. Let's connect it up the right way around. So see, I'm using 60 volts on the power supply. Let's pop that on. Let's touch that. Oh, I heard that snick then. That's the first one I've heard snick. There we go. That one's definitely zapped because I heard it. You don't very often you don't hear it, but it's rare that you do hear it. Discharge that one. Yeah, I think you're quite right. Someone's saying there, a resonator saying that Tim Whiskers took out some satellites. I think they did, which is why they decided to do it. But say, this doesn't cost you anything, Lou. So, you know, from a cost point of view, it's only your time, really. A chap by the name of Zapper Sparky invented the idea. I'm using 60 volts, Lou, but I don't think there's any minimum. I think if you look at Simon Spires, he did a video and he put something like 1,000 volts through them. Low ampage, but I think he used a mega to do it. So let me just finish doing this one, and then I'll pop up that article and pop the link in the description. Right, so let's connect this one back up again. As I say, I'm using 60 volts. I've got the current set about halfway, so it's about 3 amps of current. Let's do this. This might explode across the room now. Yeah, that's fine. Right, let's give that a whack. So what I'm doing, oh, that's not good. Let's just turn that back off. I've just whacked the thing off here, the wire. I'm just going to tack that back on a minute. Just make sure I've got it done properly. Try again. I've done it again. Well, I think I've got it anyway. So again, let's discharge that one. Disconnect it. There we go. Hopefully that is zapping done, but we'll soon see. So let me find you that article first. Let me find you the article. Then if anyone wants to do a bit of further reading later, they can. So if you basically Google Mark Hennessy transistors, you will find this page here. Make sure that you can see that. Yes, there we are. So markhennessy.co.uk. So if we go down, go down. Transistors in vintage radio. So if you click that header, there's a bit here that deals about the AF11X problem as such. So they were introduced in the early 60s. So as it says, the problem with it is not the germanium, it's the package the transistors are mounted in. So if I copy and paste that into the chat, you can download it and have a look at it yourself. It's just sent me up there to zap them. So there's a link to that article. And basically Mark goes into a lot of detail on these and what the problems were. As I say, it's a tin plating applied to the base metal, and it grows whiskers that make contact with the electrodes inside the can. So they're many times thinner than the human hair. And it does mention NASA there, look. So if we click that, that might take us to the article. Yeah, there you go. There's the article. Tin whisker and other metal whisker homepage. So you can see a microscopic picture of the tin whiskers there, look, compared to the size of human hair. So it makes interesting reading, that. So then it goes into how to deal with them, and it tells you all about zapping them, how to do it. So this is what we've done. We've treated the transistor, and he's got quite a good write-up there. So if you want to follow his, you can basically see it's exactly the same as we've done there. So there you go. For anyone that wanted to know, now you know. You bought 3 batteries for $27. So there you go, Harvey. That's pretty good, isn't it? You did some photos for that, Aston, did you? For what, Mark Hennessy's or the NASA one? You have to pay tax now. That's from December. Yeah, it's a pain in the ass, isn't it? But there you go, Harvey. It's still cheaper, isn't it, to get them from there? Next thing we need to find out then is if these are still transistors and whether we've got rid of the shorts. So let's just separate the legs up. So hopefully we no longer have any shorts. So let's get the multimeter back in shot. No worries, Harvey. We're always good here for advice on where to get stuff and tips on how to do things. It's a great forum. This is really for helping anybody out, and me included for sure. So hopefully that's going to stay at OL. If it doesn't, we've got to re-zap the things. So check the meter first. I'll touch the shield lead. So obviously that's connected to the can. I haven't got a great connection there. Let's just scratch that a little bit. Okay, so we got 0.5 of an ohm there, dead short. So fingers crossed. Collector, nothing. Base, nothing. Emitter, nothing. So that's the new one that well, not new, the old one that I found out in my junk box. So that one's good now. Number 3. Try this one. So collector, nothing. Base, nothing. Emitter, nothing. Job done. As long as I haven't killed the transistor. And the last one, number 2. Oh, hello. Number 2's a bit feisty. So let's have a look. Collector, nothing. Base, emitter. Just double check the shield. Yeah, all 3 successfully zapped. Look, 60 volts, and you need to make sure that you you don't try connecting the radio up now, because that'll chuck 3 amps at 60 volts right the way through that radio. So I need to make sure that that's gone. Right, okay, so we've got 3 transistors with no longer any shorts on them, but now we need to know if they're still transistors. This is the thing. Are they or aren't they still transistors? Have we zapped the hell out of them and blown the junctions right apart? So let's connect this up to the transistor tester. You can do this with a multimeter. If you want to know how to do that, just Google how to test transistors with a multimeter. Okay, so this is number 2. Oh yes, it's still a transistor. You can't see that, can you? It's an NPN transistor and it's got an HFE of 202. Just scroll down and have a quick look at the leakage. 0.49 leakage. Obviously, if that leakage figure is really high, then you probably need to swap it out, but that one's good. Number 2, good. Number 3. They have got quite good gain, these AF117s. So it is worth reusing them if you can. Look at the gain on that. 453. Christ. Okay, that's got quite a high high leakage, that one. 1.528 milliamps. I wonder whether that's one of the reasons why it's showing such a high gain. That is pretty high leakage, that is. And obviously, if I hold it, if I just put some heat into it, it's blowing out again. If I put a bit of heat into it, this is the thing with germaniums, they are very affected by heat. Silicone, you would have a 0 leakage. So let's test that again now. I've got my hand on it. No component detected. Let's just try that again. Yeah, see, this one is looking dodgy. Although it was good just now. It might be my leads. It could be the component tester. Let's try that again without my hands on it. Yeah, that one's not good. It looked like it had survived, but apparently not. Just check it again. It can be dirty leads sometimes. No. Oh well. Are you welcome, generation? Shaun's back. He's back. Let's find another AF117 then. We're going to need to do another zap. We're zapping, Shaun. We're killing your radio for you. We're destroying it. They said, don't worry, it's Shaun's kill. So we need to find one with some decent leg length again. That one doesn't look too bad. That one should do it. AF117. Let's check this one on the transistor tester while it's here. Make sure it's got a transistor. It is a transistor. Yeah, that one's good. Yeah, 0.18 leakage. So we'll zap that one. I'll just double check that it definitely is this one that's the problem. It'll work again now, I expect. No, he's dead. He's dead. That one didn't survive. That might have been the one that went pop. You have to have a look back through the footage and see which one that is. But that was transistor number 3. The very last one. Right, so we're going to have to zap this one. I didn't see if this had shorts or not, but we'll zap it anyway. But let's have a quick look to see if it's got shorts. Blown junction, it could well be. I may have already zapped this one, you see, so there's nothing on the collector, nothing on the base. Oh, hang on, is that? So, no. No, that one hasn't got any shorts, so I suspect I've already zapped that one, but we'll do it again. In fact, I'm almost certain I have, because I can see blob of solder on it there. We'll do it again, though. It's my own fault for not writing on it that I've zapped it. So far, we've only managed to save 1 transistor out of 3, Shaun. There's one, the legs were too short, and the other one, as you've just seen, is kaput. No working. Right, let's join those together. Yep, where's my capacitor gone? I might tend to always join the positive to the junctions. It's just a habit I've got into. Saves me connecting everything up the wrong way round. Let's get ready to zap it. As I say, I think this one's already been zapped, but we'll do it again. There we are. Just going to discharge it. Then we're going to whack it. Hopefully we'll have 3 working transistors then. Hopefully. Fingers crossed. Would have been a damn sight easier to stick 3 GT322Bs in, Shaun. Shaun wanted them zapped, though. He wanted them zapped. Don't bash them so hard. I like to bash them hard. The idea is if there's any whiskers very close to the edge of the can that are still not quite, well, just burnt off on the edge, then it'll take them off. I'm only doing it at the end of a plastic screwdriver, so okay, separate the legs up. Let's make sure we haven't got any We didn't have any to start with. We shouldn't have any new shorts, but it's worth a try. You never know. So hopefully we haven't killed this one as well. No, just check the shield. Yeah, okay. So no shorts. See if we've killed this one. I don't think we have. I think it was that one that went snick that maybe a couple of the junctions were shorted inside. Let's check this one again. There we go. It's improved the HFE as well, 127 now, but that might just be because it's been heated. And 0.257 leakage, look. So good to go. 3 working transistors. Excellent. Right, let's get another beer underway. I'll catch up with a chat and then we'll carry on. The poor things are 60 years old. £400 transistor. How you doing anyway, Shaun? Don't worry, we haven't done a lot, Shaun. It was working though, mate. Did get it working. So whoever zapped him did actually do the job. Not zapped him, disconnected the shield wire. She does wear the trousers, Derek. I'm not saying nothing in case Mrs. Cruncher's watching. She joined in last Sunday, which was really nice of her for Gary's tribute. Did really enjoy that. YouTube didn't enjoy it much, but all the copyright holders loved it. We'll be making money off my videos for many years to come, I'm sure. Cheers, everybody. Happy Easter. Yeah, you haven't missed a lot, Shaun. You've just missed us zapping transistors, but you've seen the last one. So that transistor's shot. I mean, my beer's blowing the camera right now. So that transistor's shot, and the other one has got short legs. So I've just chucked that one back in my stash. So I must make sure I throw that one away. I don't want that one turning back up again. Adrian, how are you? Why is he drinking cold tea? This ain't cold tea. This is Radiocruncher's beer. And that was Abbott Ale. Good stuff. Good stuff. I don't mind cold tea, actually. They will work for another 60 years. I've not yet had to ever replace, touch wood, an AF117 that I've zapped, ever. Saying that, I've not been zapping them for that long. Probably about 6 years I've been zapping them. Cheers, Adrian. So all 3 of those are now good. We now got to get them back in there. So that was my replacement one. This one's got really long legs, so I'm going to pop that one back in the other one. What I want to do first is make sure that all the solder is gone out of the sockets, if you know what I mean. Let's get the overhead camera in at a bit of an angle so you can see what I mean by the sockets. Okay, so you can see there, if I can get it in shot. That's the sockets that the transistor's got to go back into. Let's get the light round a bit better. It's better. So you can see there's still a bit of residual there. We've got the shield leg still in that one. And if you look at the end one, if I can get it in shot, we've still got the shield wire in there. And the last one, I don't know if you'll be able to see that because it's up real tight in between there. That you can just about see it. As you can see, there's 3 holes that aren't really cleared out there. So I'm gonna have to get in and clear those out. Otherwise, I won't be able to get the transistor back in it, if you know what I mean. So I'm waiting for the desoldering tool to heat up. She was sampling the bishop's finger. Well, you'd think so, Dids, but I didn't get any this week. But I don't mind to go on the bishop's finger, it's quite nice. But I've got some Champion in a minute. That'll be my finale beer, the Champion. One of my favourites. Right, just waiting for the desoldering tool to get up to temperature. Yeah, SMD, your job to see SMD stuff. Right, let's straighten all these legs up a little bit, make it a bit easier for me to fit these back in without them all shorting out together. So yeah, that article that I put the link to is well worth a read, very good stuff. If you're working on old transistor radios, it's an absolute goldmine really. Mark has put a lot of work into that, and I've been referring to, well, I refer to it all the time. Really do. I'm just tidying these legs up while I'm waiting. Matt, how you doing, mate? Yeah, these aren't great resistors. They do cause problems in these sets. It's the ones with the end caps on them. So yeah, we're going to have to do a bit of stretching on the legs of one of these transistors, but the rest look all okay. Should fit in fine. How are we doing for time? 10 to 4. Right, so let's do a bit of sucky suck suck. Sure we're clear. So what I'll do is I'll get rid of these shield wires first. Just grab that with a forceps and pull it out. Yeah. The poor old AF117s. Right, that's that leg out. Yeah, that was not very clear. Let's just clear that one out. The clearer you can get these, the better, really. Yeah, they're all dead clear. I can see right through those. So we've got the shield on this one to do as well. So you've got to put a bit of heat on these. Which it can be a bit scary, but see, that's a pain in the neck. They've cut that off so short I can't actually physically grab onto it. Let's see if I can suck it out from the top. Nope. So let's poke a capacitor leg down through there. While heating. See if we can get this thing out. So this one's been a bit awkward. Should be able to grab it now, hopefully. They're not great to work on, these ferrules. Okay, I think that's got it. There he goes. Yeah, they're all clear. Okay, so 3 of these are blocked and one's got a horrible blobby bit of solder on it. Mustn't forget that I've got to resolder that green wire on. Sounded like it cleared. This one. It's clear. And this one. Let's grab the lead. Try again. There he is. So, can we get in and remove that big blob of solder from in there without burning anything? No, we can't. Through there, maybe. Got it. There we are. So that's the half part done. Devonshire pounds. Ha! One's got whiskers. £10. Hell. So yeah, we couldn't save them all. We tried. Okay, so we've got collector, shield, close together, and base emitter close together. So again, this is the hardest one of all to get in because it's right in between. Let's turn that desoldering tool off for a minute. This one's really tough to get in because you can barely get your fingers in there. That's why it was no good with a dodgy shield wire. Got it. There we are. That's one. Let's get you in so you can see what I'm up to. Goats are trying to get in on the action again. So that's the first one in. You can see lurk in there. One down. So this is the one that came out of position number 2. Now this is the one I think I might have to put a wire in on this one to link the shield up, because the shield, if you can see, the shield has been cut off really short on that one, but it's still usable. Just going to pre-form the legs a little bit to make them go in a bit easier. There we go. Oh, that'll just reach, look, just. Oh, yes. Much better than putting a little bridging leg in, because bridging leg won't do it any good. It'll work, but a bit easier. And the last one down here. Again, it's always worth taking this capacitor out first before you do this. It makes it a hell of a lot easier. I did get that the right way round, didn't I? Yeah, must have done. So you need to straighten these legs out a bit. These are a bit bent. So yeah, this is a ferrode stretch, this transistor. So the ferrules are quite a way apart. I nearly put it in backwards. As I say, trying to put GT322Bs or AF127s in here is quite difficult as well, because they haven't got as long a legs. There we are. All three in, all nicely aligned. It's just a case of flipping it over and soldering them in. So let's get them soldered. I'm on the wrong camera, look. Oh well. Got a fire extinguisher. Just catch up with that. There's an 8 you bought new stock 2N2654 stamped Holland, and they're shorted. Huh. Right, let's crack on. I'm going to put a little bit of flux in these. I'm going to use the runny flux rather than the sticky stuff, so it goes down through the holes. So we are using old capacitors. Capacitors? Where's a goat? Yeah, so I should think so. That was the transistor killing goat of despair. Right. Let's get them soldered on. Mind out the way, Mr. Goat. So you need to make sure you heat the ferrule on these till the solder flows. You also need to make sure the solder flows right through as well. And you also need to solder the ferrule back to the board, because usually desoldering it, you desolder the ferrule from the board. The last one. So the idea is not to dwell too long on the transistor. And this one's going to play hard to get, this transistor here, I think. Let's just bend them over. Okay. So the next one, up here, up here. Someone's hair there, look. Not mine. Right, and this is the one that we need to check, because this one, this is the shield wire. To make sure that flows right the way through. It's that one. Let's move my pint up to the last one, just there. Average condition super sovereign. That's a tin whisker, was it? Is that a random tin whisker? It's like a very fine, it's almost like a hair of a paintbrush, like a little artist paintbrush. Right. So the idea is to fill up the ferrules with the solder, so it comes out the other side. Tin that wire. Pop that one back on while we think about it, or forget it. Right, moment of truth, we need to have a look at the other side then, make sure the solder's come through. Certainly is on that one. Most definitely on that one. Just check that shield. Oh, that shield is lovely. Yeah, no problem at all. And the last one, yes, all done. Okay, right, we've got a capacitor to sort out for there. The old one was 300 microfarad, 10 volts, Elka mode. So we'll do all three of these caps and stick the amplifier back in, give it a quick test, and then we'll check the ESR of these, do a bit of capacitor bingo. Yeah, they normally are about 250 now, the Super Sovs. A really good condition one could set you back 400 odd quid. So, yeah. Right. Let's have a look then. We'll put an axial back in there because that's going to look better. If we've got any 330 microfarad ones. And we haven't, unless that's in my recent purchases. I did buy some capacitors recently. Now, have I got any? Are they in my stash of to be put away? I've got lots of to be put away stashes here. Let's put these down a minute. I thought I did order in some lower value 330s, but the problem at the moment is supply. A lot of the manufacturer, a lot of the suppliers just aren't getting the stuff in. No, I haven't. Oh well, Shaun, you're going to have whatever 330 I've got here, mate. I've got plenty of radials. I've got 330 microfarad axials, but oh damn! I've just chucked a load of them over the floor here. What have we got then? So we've only got, I mean, I've got those, but they're massive. They won't even fit in the circuit, so it's going to be 35 volt jack on. 105 degree rated though, so they're good caps. No cake, no popcorn, no nothing. Capacitor bingo, yes, certainly will be. Right, so let's have a look. Negative is that away. It's a bit of a tight squeeze for an axial, this is really. Let's get her soldered in. Yeah, you can pick up pretty rough ones cheaper, but you tend to get the ones with broken aerials and all the writing worn off. They're okay if you want something that works and sounds nice, but really I think the Super Sovereign is a lot about the looks. Because you can get a radio that sounds as good as a Super Sovereign. You can get a radio that sounds as good as a Super Sovereign for half the price, but it's just they look amazing. It's an awesome looking radio. Right. Turn the desoldering tool on for the other caps. That's one done. Just tidy that up a bit on the board, make it look a bit nicer. Straighten it up and move it away from that transistor. So we've got one of these dallies in here that's got to be done. In fact, we've got two dallies. We've got that one and that one. Brett, how you doing, mate? Yeah, you're going to have buttons missing. You're going to have all sorts of issues, and the only way to get spares for them is to buy scrap radios. And even the scrap ones are getting too expensive now. So what are these? 10 microfarads, so we can put an upright one in there. What is that? I think, is that 50 or 80? I can't see. I can't see that one. It's difficult to see what that one actually is. Let's quickly get the service manual up. You're suffering from a chocolate overload. I did have some chocolate. I had my chocolate chicken earlier. Okay. So I did download the service manual earlier. I have got an actual copy of this one. So we want the circuit diagrams page 9. I don't know if it's got board layouts on this or not. Come on, come on, come on. What capacitor number is that? C, you can't tell because the capacitor is actually over the top of the board layout. So this is our three transistors, T1, T2 and T3. So that one is right next to R5. Does it connect to R5? It may do. It certainly connects to the shield of that. Yes, it connects to R5. So where are we? R3, R4, R5. It's this one here, then 20. Doesn't look like it. Oh, hang on. C20, 50 microfarads. So it's 50, not 80. So we can chuck a 47 in there. It's not going to be very high voltage. So we got 47. And the other one was a 10, wasn't it? Have we got a 10? We've got a lot of 10s actually. These Vichy caps are starting to get quite hard to get. That's 100 volts. We don't really want a 100 volt cap in there, do we? There'll be some smaller ones here, surely, Graham. No, 100 volt cap it is then. get back because we're up to temperature with the desoldering tool. I haven't bought them all up. I seem to sell them as soon as I buy them, Theo. They go like hotcakes, super sovereigns. Yeah, the silk screen thing is a real pain, but they've got a silk screen print onto the actual dial face, Doug, which is an issue. Right, okay. That's that one. The other one is up here. Stretches right across, right underneath that orange wire there. Typical, isn't it? Had to be underneath one, didn't it? Get out of the way. Steady. He's definitely out. I don't think that one's marked on the board either, is he? One of these isn't. So C10 is playing hard to get because someone's wrapped the legs right the way around the back of the thing. Right, what have we got there then? Yeah, that's marked. And yeah, it's 50 microfarads. And this one is 10. And the positive is there. So let me just mark the negative. Right. Reassurance, you're happy with them caps. No worries, Shaun, I'm sure you are. Right, 47. That might be too big. It might just fit. You might just fit. So that's a negative. Else I'm going to have to put a different one in. Just a bit of a squeeze. That's that one, and this one is, oh hang on, no, I've got that the wrong way round. Got that the wrong way round. I thought it was a bit of a squeeze as well. So this is the 10 microfarad. Turn that off now because that's all the caps done. So I'm just straightening the legs up a little bit. So let's have a look. Negative is that way. Right in at the top. One day I will get an RP30 for myself. One day I'll get one. I think I like the red one best, personally. but they do suffer issues with the gold colouring coming off on them. That's that one. Sort the 47 out now then, so that's we'll put the positive down and the negative folding back over on itself. Let's say I'm going to put mainly axials in, although in the amplifier board there's some weird sizes that you can't get in axials. I think there's some 80 odd in there and 60 something that you can't get in axials, so they're going to be radials. Okay, there we go. There we are. So you tend to find with capacitors a lot of their the quality really and their lifetime is going to depend on the temperature rating in general. So the capacitors rated at 105 degrees in theory ought to last longer than one that's rated at 85 degrees, depending on what circuit it's going in. Obviously in a radio circuit we're never going to get to that sort of temperature in a normal transistor radio. You might do in the output state, I suppose. Let me just check that one for squareness. Now these Vishays are only rated at 85 degrees, so I do tend to, I've started putting a lot of the Nichicon PW series in, which are rated at 105 degrees. Sometimes it's nice to have the Vishays in where they're visible in the amplifier boards, mainly because they look nicer. So it's purely on looks, not performance really. Right, let's trim off some of these transistor legs now. Let's get a bit of isopropyl and hit it with a bit of isopropyl. Although a lot of the gunk on this is not my doing. Hi Valdir, how are you? Your SW7600 works at last. Well done, Valdir. The battery moment. Will she or won't she? So let's just give this a little bit of a clean up around where we've worked and where Hacker haven't really cleaned up either. Let's get rid of all my flux anyway, at least. Shaun wants to clean up the rest of the flux. There we go. defluxed. There we are, 3 new caps. All done. New caps, zapped transistors. Let's take the head sweater off. Oh, it's like a sweatband, that thing. Right, now this is where we need to make sure we've got our power supply set back to normal. Otherwise, I'm going to have a hell of a bang when I switch this radio on. I think I blew one up a while back, didn't I? Live, because I connected it up to something that... Let's go back to 18 volts. We'll turn the current limit right back down. Always like to start with the current limit as low as it will go, and then turn it up. I could short the leads out and set it for like 0.5 amp, but it should only draw about 20 milliamps, maybe a little bit more. So we've got some caps to try in a minute for capacitor bingo. But first of all, I want to fire her up and make sure it's still working. We should be working better in theory, shouldn't it? It should be working better in theory. How are we doing? 4:30. Going to be finishing up about 6 o'clock today, so give you an idea of where to aim for. Picked this up as well recently. Quite a nice little tool. It's a little Weira chip lifter for removing ICs, mainly for my computer work, but yeah. Right, let's rig her back up. Let's say we haven't recapped the amp yet, so the amp is still pretty suspect. Make sure we're not going to short out on anything. But it did work, the amplifier. So it should, in theory, work better, shouldn't it? Well, the problem is the sound is all to do with the amplifier, not the IF board. The IF board is really going to improve sensitivity. And quality rather than sound. Well, the sound will improve. Right. Let's get you lined up so you can see where the smoke comes from. And let's see if we still work. And we don't. That's great. Excellent. Now, why is that? Doesn't seem to be drawing any current, so it's almost like, okay. Well, the reason is because I haven't got it plugged in properly.
Thank you
Try that.
very much indeed for being our guest in Book Club this month and for talking about A Gentleman in Moscow. Thanks to all our readers.
Now he's working.
Today. And if you'd like to take part in a recording with Melissa Harrison talking about All Among the Barley, you can find all the details on how to join it
end of the night, and this is God's honest truth, not a stick of was left standing. The fight broke out there. I saw the police.
That sounds like Tom Jones.
All the glass front. They were frightened to come in, so we carried on as best we could, and but then we pulled the curtains across and let them get on with it, and then we got out of there. But there was no place to play.
Brilliant, brilliant stories. We'll play a tune from the man himself in just a moment, joined by the Stereophonics, and you can hear more.
Fulham in the relegation zone in 18th. But if they can win Clinton Morrison, they know they'll go above Newcastle on goal difference.
So I'm just using my active antenna to help it out a bit there.
Massive game. It's a big game for Villa because they've been stuttering of late, and everyone's questioning them, can they get a result without Jack Grealish in the team? But also, massive game for Fulham. And that's what I think Mitrovic is playing, and I think it's the right decision from...
Whoa. Bit of an ass squeaker there, wouldn't it, really? Bit of a bottom clenching moment, but yeah. Basically what I had, I still had the negative plugged into the other side of the power supply, so that was what the problem was. Nothing to do with the radio. So there we are, working very nice. So for the moment, that's the RF and IF stage working perfectly. So the next thing we need to tackle is not the hardest part, because the AF117s are the hardest part, but the most expensive thing to do is to recap the amplifier on these, because they've got a huge amount of capacitors in the amplifier. It's why they sound so nice. I really like these, the sound of these sets. Now let me just whip over. I'm going to digress slightly. You rebooted because you got those curly whirly things up. Yeah, it is a big speaker. Let me go over to my desktop again. I'm still up in the corner, I think, so unfortunately you'll have to put up with me in the corner. Groups IO, Hacker Radio Group. I've got a lot of info on all of these radios, including that's where I got the service manual from today. Although I have got the service manual already downloaded somewhere, and I've got an original copy of it. Groups IO is where the Hacker community hangs out, I suppose. So if I stick that in the in the chat as well, it's well worth joining this. Let's have a look. Control V. So there you go. If anyone wants to join. It's not a 205, Shaun. That's the one in the Sovereign 2. This is the older one. I can't remember the model number. I've got one of them here. I've got one that I've already done here, which is... doesn't say. It's not an A205. I can't remember the model number of it now. So as I say, there's loads of stuff in here. There's files. So if you want, there's a print of the PP9 battery labels, the service manuals for all the stuff. And this is where I pointed Mr. Resonator to for his Sovereign 3 manual. And there's brochures for various things. So I pulled up some brochures. Is it going to let me zoom in on that? Yeah, okay. So this is the original Hacker Herald RP30 brochure here. Let me just get rid of myself a minute. You don't want to see me because I'll be over the top of this house. Oh, come on. get off. Oh, see, now I've gone on to Chrome. I'm getting all these notifications. So you can see there's a fold there because this is the original sales brochure that someone's copied. And this is very interesting. Read this particular one. So you've got the three different colours there. Look, you've got the black, the red, and the blue. And bearing in mind the black was the only colour that the RP18 was available in, the original Hacker Sovereign. They weren't available in the red or the blue, so this was quite a bit of a different thing for them. And these were available with the grey or white knobs. So if we go down through, there's quite a nice little write-up there on what they did from the original RP10 Herald. So I'll leave that up for a minute so you can have a read of it. And tone-wise, I really love the tone that this particular amplifier board gives. It's different than the Sovereign 2. It's a different amplifier board altogether. There's a lot more capacitors in this one. Now, whether that is the difference, I don't know a lot about amplifier design at all, so I can't tell you why it's different. All I can tell you is it does sound a richer tone on these radios, this one and the RP18 to the RP25 and RP35, which are the later versions. So it does say it's transformerless, direct coupled, almost completely distortion free, even at full volume. I mean, this is sales gumph end of the day, isn't it? You've got to take it with a little bit of pinch of salt, but it does certainly. Back in the day here, they weren't really into making up stuff. Hacker prided themselves on what the things sounded like. And if we go over a little bit, so the speaker is an 8x5 inch, and it's acoustically air loaded for extended smooth bass. What? 9 transistors, 3 diodes, fine-tuned markers. It's got a Luxembourg wavelength marked on it as well. So it eliminates the ferrite rod area, eliminates adjacent station interference, and it is a large ferrite on this. And again, I'm not into antenna design really. It does seem that the larger ferrite models do seem a little bit more sensitive to the shorter ones. So it's got a low-cost battery operation with economizer circuit that automatically compensates for failing battery voltage. And it's a Cordoba leather cloth, charcoal black with satin silver trim, royal red with gold trim, and ambassador blue with white trim, which is what Shaun has got. And interestingly, it says attractive carrying case as optional extra, which is interesting. So that's how much they were. Look, back in 1964, 22 guineas with 6 shillings 5 pence purchase tax surcharge. Oh, including purchase tax. Okay, so it includes 6 shillings 5 pence of purchase tax. And there's a picture of the lovely carry case. I've never seen one for one of these. Never seen one. This is just the hanging label that they stuck on the side of it. So yeah, nice bit of history there. And this is just the write-up on it, if you want to see that. Gives you a bit of an idea of the performance of the thing. 1.2 watts, look, with less than 1% distortion. Stabilizing diode circuit automatically adjusts transistor operating voltages correctly as battery potential drops. Stabilizing diode circuit, so that's got to be in the amplifier. I'm just trying to see if I can see a diode in the amplifier. No, I don't think so. Yes, there is. Yes, there is. It's right in the output circuit across the two junctions. So yeah, interesting. As I say, I don't know a lot about amplifier design, but someone I'm sure will be able to tell us what this little thing does. This stabilizing diode circuit. So it does say a special version of the Herald RP30 is available with an extra waveband coverage of 16.5 to 50 meters. So that's the SW RP31 SW. It's a shortwave version of this radio. And also the Marine Herald RP32. I've shown both of those on the channel before. But again, they are the shortwave one is about, but the marine ones tend to be quite rare. So the marine one, they're saying that is particularly suitable for listeners on the coast and small boat owners. It's got the marine band on it. So there you are, bit of history for you on the RP30. Tim, how you doing? Wear hearing aids, your hearing has deteriorated somewhat. Got some fitted yesterday, they sound very bright. Just wondered if this will settle down. So there you are, people. Why do some RP30s have full vinyl on the handle and some have heavy rubber grip? And did one cost more than the other? Apparently, the earlier ones were the ones with the rubberized handle like this. The later ones had like a plastic piece in the middle and solid ends on them. So this is one of the earlier ones with the old like rubberized handle. So the spring steel inside this, it's not rubber as such, it's just rubber coated. And the later ones, they had a solid piece, sort of piece of like rubberized plastic in the middle, and then they had aluminium ends on it. So I think that was a difference. So that was the earlier model there. Was that Theo or Mike that wanted Mike, wasn't it? Yeah. Right, so this is an amplifier board I've already done. This was for one of my radios. This has got nearly all Nichicon PWs on it. It's got a couple of Worth transistors in there, and it's got a Panasonic FC series in. So that does work particularly well. But it's out of my RP18, which uses exactly the same amplifier as the RP30 and the 31 and the 32. Let's get it out. No, wrong. Let's turn the power supply off for now. You're having a clear out, Tim. 40 mini radios I'm not going to get round to. Is eBay the way to go, or try and sell locally via Gumtree? If you're on Facebook, Mike, you could stick them on Facebook Marketplace. The problem is it's a fairly specialised market, so probably your main audience is going to be eBay, right, let's put those in my little pot. Hopefully I'm sticking them in the right pot and not mixing up stuff. So we need to do the capacitors in the main circuit first, don't we? We've got all this nice debris out of the foam on the bench again to get up my nose. So what have we got here? We've got 3 caps. They're both notorious makes, really. The blue ones are Dali, and the red one is a TCC Alchemode. So they're both notoriously dodgy capacitors. So let's get the ESR meter out, and we can have a bit of a guess as to what they're likely to be now. So start off with a 300 microfarad Alchemode. So I'll let you start having a guess on this one. So 300 microfarad, what's it for? I think it's rated at 10 volts. Yeah, 10 volts. So have a guess at that one while I quickly have a comfort break. I'll be back. So 300 microfarads, 10 volts. What do you think it is now? And this is the Alchemode. Right, have you all done? Are we all done? Have you all eaten your eggs? Just guessing. Yeah, just guess. I mean, probably, most likely, the capacitor is going to have gone high. So they do tend to rise in capacitance with age. Not always the case. Some of the higher voltage ones can drop in capacitance, but mostly they're likely to rise. So how are we doing here? Oh, we've got quite a few guesses. We've got quite a few guesses in here. Keith, how are you doing? Keith Fraser? Totally short, Adrian, you think? So that comes up as not measured or something like that, doesn't it? So here we go. Wow, he's gone pretty high. 179 microfarads high. So he's actually measuring 479. ESR is all right. So, you know, it didn't really affect it, did it? But, yeah, 479.5. So who was closest to that? We got some people in the 400s. Nick's is 420. Resonator's 450. Brett's 450. Oh, we got Brett and Resonator tied at 450. Anybody higher than 450? It's a tie. It's a tie between Resonator and Brett. I'm pretty sure Nick wasn't far off, neither was Doug, but it's Resonator and Brett. Okay. Next one then. I'll give Shaun these. You never know. He may want to stuff them or something. You never know. Okay, so we've got a Dali, 50 microfarads, which is a size that's no longer available, at 12 volts. So 50 microfarads at 12 volts. While we're doing this, I'm going to fire the desoldering tool up because we're going to need that. You'll donate the prize to Brett. The prize of nothing goes to Brett. Well done, Brett. And Resonator. So 50. So again, it's a Dali. It's 50-50 with these. Sometimes they're okay. Sometimes they're badly not okay. So they're usually pretty bad or they're not far off. One of the two. Dwarf's going low again. Could be. I'll just see if I can order in some 330 microfarad axials, but I don't think I can get them at the moment. $60, you reckon, Keith? We've got 77, 78. We've got to watch Resonator and Brett. They've gone with 10 difference now between them. 62, ESR 1.9. As Theo beat you to it. So we've got a lot around the 60, 61. We've got Theo at 61, Keith at 60, Shaun at 62, Resonator 67, Doug 67 as well. Let's have a look then. Ooh, that's a nasty one. So we've got a really high ESR on that one, 17.4. That should be less than 1. So that certainly wasn't doing the IF strip any good. And it's risen to 56.6. 56.68 to be correct. So far Keith is 60. It's Keith, isn't it? I think it's Keith. It's Keith. It's just under 6. It's just under 57. Yep, it's Keith. Well done, Keith. ESR is mental on that. That's it's Dali. It's rubbish. So the last one then is a 10 microfarad at 12 volts. Ten microfarad, 12 volts. As I say, this thing doesn't measure leakage. I'll get that out there because this purely measures the equivalent series resistance. So if that's high, then obviously it'll get to a stage where it'll just short out eventually. But you tend to find that if the ESR is really high, then the capacitor is knackered. Let's say my leakage tester won't measure the lower value ones very well. So 10 microfarads, how are we doing on the 10 microfarads? (22, 12, ESR 2.5. Sean's going for the ESR. Again, if the last one's anything to go by, then the ESR could well be off the chart, couldn't it? Paul, how you doing, Paul? 9.1, 15 ohms, 15. The tension's building. I better get a McEwen's champion out if the tension's getting stressful. It's getting stressful. So we're gonna have to go for the McEwen's. 7.3%, people. Yeah, a good beer though. Always the same. It tends to be the stronger ones that taste nicer. I think they're a bit heavier. Which brings me to Scottish beer, really. I mean, this is McEwen's, which is Scottish, I believe, isn't it? Well, it says it's Marston's Brewery, but I think it was originally Scottish, McEwen's, wasn't it? But the Scottish Heavy, I think it did, was it 70 shilling, 80 shilling and 90 shilling? Lovely, lovely beers. I went up to Edinburgh a few times. And, you know, all the pubs sell the Heavy. And I think it used to be the duty on it, didn't it? The 70, 80 and 90 shillings. I'm not... I say I'm not an expert, but I certainly have done a few beers. And Mrs. Cruncher has started saving up for Christmas beers for me. She's buying me like the odd bottle every week now. And she's going to be putting them back in my advent calendar box. So we're making our own beer advent calendar this year. So there'll be no Tamar River water this year, like there was last Christmas. Okay. Oh, that's good stuff. That is good gear, that is. Right, here we go then. 10 microfarads, what's it going to be? Oh, hell. Oh my, 13.6, but ESR is unmeasurable. It's over 40 ohms. ESR 20. You're closest on the ESR, Dorf, for sure. But we've got some 13s. We've got Ninja and Theo on 13. If we've got anybody on 14, they'll take it. But we've got Brett's 14.8, so it's a bit high. 14.6 is too high. I think the 13s have got it. And Dorf takes the ESR. That capacitor is absolutely shot, look. I mean, it's over 40 ohms ESR. So it's surprising that that circuit actually worked. But it did work before. There we go. Right. Let's get to it. Let's get the caps done. So again, all of these blue ones that you see are all Dallies. And what tends to happen is some of these can go really high or high ESR, and they can take out. It's one of these two they take out. I think it's this one that is the first to go. And that's an OC81 Mullard, and that is not cheap to replace if you can get it. I mean, if anyone's got a stock of OC81s, then let me know, because I could do with some. I have got some here, but not a lot. And then we've got an AC127, which is the pre-driver, I think. So we've got a pre-driver, a driver on our outputs. And these are just audio transistors, I believe, just audio amplification. These are like OC71s, yeah, OC71 and an OC75. So all of these transistors are really expensive. You know, you could get this board, I suppose. You could pull out all what have we got? 4. We could pull out all 6 transistors and sell them for more than the radio's worth, probably. Oh, Benji 2, was it? What did Benji say then? Benji said the same, did he? 13. Oh yeah, you're right, Benji as well. Yeah, that's definitely knackered, Paul, to say the least. Right, okay. So the worst one tends to be this alpha mode. Let's get that one out. Surprised it's not actually already broken, that one. I'm going to try and get them all desoldered. I can turn the desoldering tool off then. So those 2 on there. Come on. It's gone. There's a lot of capacitors in this thing. Sounds like my desolderer's getting jammed up. Better. So Swigger champion, helped me along the way. Come on. Ouch, you monster. I think that's enough for a minute. They're going to start dropping out now, so unfortunately I have to put up with the noise from the desoldering tool. Let's get a brush and just give these a bit of a brush off, because it's got all the foam everywhere here. So let's get this one out first, the alpha mode. It's marked on the board. 500 microfarads, that one. So let's have a look what we've got near 500. We've got 470 or 680. So we'll have to go with a 470. Wait for my soldering iron to wake back up again. Yeah, see, they are expensive. They're expensive, Paul, aren't they? Yeah, keep us in touch, Valdir, and good luck with it. Should have the extractor going really, but it's a bit of a mess over that side of the bench, so not got a huge amount of room there. Right, next one is that one there. I think most of these are marked on the board. Yeah, that one is. So this is 100 microfarads at 12 volts. See what we got here. See what we got. .25 volts. The smallest I got. I thought you wanted all Vishays, Shaun. You're running me to the limit on on the value. Some of them have got to be actuals because of how they're laid out in the circuit. Like that one, I couldn't get a radio in there if I tried, really. Well, I could because I've done it in the other one, but yeah, could do with going in the other hole there. Yeah, say these are starting to get quite difficult to get hold of now, these Vishays. I think a lot of the suppliers are having trouble getting stock of them in, so sooner or later we're not going to have a lot of these left, I don't think. It's a shame because they are fairly unique. As I say, we're going to need to put some other brand caps in here because of the fact that there's some weird sizes in here. From memory anyway, I might be wrong. Two down. You buy me a pint, no worries, Shaun. We've got to get it good for you, mate. Anyway, we've got to make a nice radio out of it for you. So put the best that we can in there. I'm sure I'll still make a few quid out of the deal. Okay, another one's dropped out. What was that just dropped out then? A 250 microfarad. A 250. So we're going to go with a 220. Or should we do 330? Better to go up than down, isn't it? 50. That's 80 out. 220 is only 30 out. Let's go with a 220. Let's go with a 220. I lost my slipper now, there we are. New York is shipping Vishays from UK to US at no extra charge. Yeah, a lot of the more obscure sizes are disappearing altogether now. I think is it 6.8, so very hard to get hold of. You've really got to search through all the different suppliers to get them. You know, to get a decent stock of them, you've got to pay a lot of money. They're not cheap at all. So 220. They are not cheap at all. Is that sticking through enough? No, let's pop it in the next one. Yeah, one thing I would say about axial caps is they're more likely to give you a dry joint than radial ones because of the fact that they're up in the air and there's more movement on them. With the radial cap, they're flush against the board, so you don't get that movement. I mean, you know, I've just put these in, but you see that they move quite a lot. So not really as rigid as the other types. So we've done 3. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 caps in these to do. So what's this one? C10. 10 microfarads, 25 volts. We've only got 100 volt ones of these. Seems a bit of a waste of a 100 volt cap, but only got a few of those left. See if I can stretch that one across, so it's positive to negative. I'm getting there. I'm getting there, people. Did you guess nothing for actual caps here? Mouser has some. Yeah, they are getting harder to get. Okay, we've got that one there. What's that? 100 microfarads, 25 volts. 100, 25 volts. Come on, go in there. Just trying to tack that one in place. Get it straight. And so the other one in. Okay, so we've got another 5 to do. Should get them done in time. One there. Let's get them desoldered. Oh. Okay, well that one's just dropped out, so we better do that one in a minute. It just dropped on out. Don't want to be putting chongs in the audio amp. No, definitely not. Rampton, how are you? This McMaster car. Never heard of McMaster car. Never heard of that, Rampton. 10 microfarads, 25 volts. This certainly is a capacitor pit, isn't it? A capacitor money pit, this radio. Yeah, see, that's quite tight there, so I'm going to have to put that the other way round, I think. It won't fit in properly that way, so I'm going to have to put the negative down and bend the positive over, just to confuse things. Shaun! Happy Easter, mate. You don't need to donate. You've already paid for the radio, mate. That's more Vishays that's going to be in there. More Vishays, Shaun, now, that is. More Vishays, mate. All right, okay. So is that where you go to get your capacitors, Doug? Okay. We've got a mass capacitor bingo coming up, people. These are one of the most expensive amplifiers to recap because of all the capacitors in the things. But I'm sure that's what gives them the sound. I'm sure it is. Let's say they've almost got that sort of valve radio richness. Alright, is that not the one then? Sure it is. Okay, I'll soon get this noisy thing turned off now. Right, let's turn that thing off. Oh, I keep saying I must get around to doing the fan in that thing. It does my head in. Oh, stressful. Right, stop pulling some of these and doing them then. 250. So we're going to have to go with a 220 again. Luckily I've stocked up on 220s by the looks of it. Plenty of those. I'm getting short on 10s though. I've not got hardly any 10s left. So positive is there. Negative over there, that's fine. Oh, so much nicer without that desoldering tool on, isn't it? Next one. $50. So go 47. All these are fairly high voltage, just 40-volt coupler, so more than is needed for the amp. Looks like the neighbours are back. That's the piece gone. Nice. Next one, that's a big one. It's only 100 microfarads. I think that's 100. Yeah. 100 microfarads. Phil, how you doing? Cheers, mate. So 100, let's have a look, bending that way. The old chickens are loving it now they're out of lockdown. We had lockdown on chickens over here as well. The poor old chickens couldn't get out. Been locked in since December. So rude. Straighten that one up a bit. Cavity not straight. Mr. Mancave will be telling me off for shoddy workmanship, won't he? Hey Rich, how you doing, mate? 2 to go. Let's do this one next. C4. C4, 10 microfarad, 25 volts. Another 10. Ooh, we're getting short on 10s. I've only got a couple 10s left, I think. Yeah, literally, I've got 2 10s left. Well, Vishays. I've got some other types here. I've got some Philips ones. And some Capsan, whatever they are. I've chucked the odd one out. I think I had to get 100s because that's all that they had in stock at the time. How's your little workshop coming on then, Rich? I know you were making yourself a little sort of workbench area. One to go. And the last one's a 50. Well, I could have sworn that there was some 80s in there. And I thought, oh, hang on, I haven't got... Yes, I have. I didn't think I had any 47s left then. No, I'll do that. I'll do that for him, Resonator. It won't be today now, but it might be. We might have time to do it. But I do want to try and finish up at 6 today and keep Mrs. Cruncher company. We're watching quite an interesting box set at the moment. The Haunting of Hill House. It's got us hooked, really. It's good to get into another box set because we've run out of stuff to watch recently. But that one's particularly good. It's almost barbecue weather today, isn't it, really? In the UK, anyway. There we go, that's the last one. Warra Laura caps. There we go. Full recappage. We've got one that looks a bit wonky there. Is it that one or that one? Maybe that one. So there you are, all done. So I'm going to have a beer, and then we're going to get down to some serious capacitor bingo, because we've got a lot of caps there to look at. You're sitting at it, it's called the dining table. I thought you were going to make a little sort of workbench area, Rich. I thought that was one of your plans when you moved. A lot of caps. Oh dear. A recapped R303. Good stuff. I don't like that sticking up like that, to be fair. I might alter that down a bit. I don't know, it's parallel. I've done it parallel. Right. So let's have a look and see what on earth is going on with these caps then. So we're going to go for the big one to start with. 500 microfarads Elka mode. 500 microfarad Elka mode. Oh, sheds up but not lined or powered yet. Oh. This year, Rich, could be. So first one there, 500 microfarad Elka mode. Only 12 volts this one. Certainly kept it close to the limit, didn't they? But then they knew what they were up to with amplifier design. 730, eh, could be, could be. $780, 700, 730. We'll go in the 700s. 589. Dwarf. Could be. You could be right, Dwarf, this time. 12 ohms ESR. I'm trying to think what the other Elka mode measured. I can't remember now. It's too long ago. Arena Engineering. Welcome, mate. 510 could be. 1200, Colin. How many chickens do you keep? We've got 9, Dids. We've got 9. As I say, they were all locked up because DEFRA, who's our governing body for agriculture over here, deemed the whole of the United Kingdom as an exclusion zone, and basically they all had to be kept inside, housed. They weren't allowed out in their run or anything, so they've been cooped up in their coop since, I think it was the 16th of December, or it might have been earlier than that. It was before Christmas anyway. Real shame, because, you know, 10 birds in close confines like that is not good. We did spoil them and look after them. Mrs. Cruncher always spoils them anyway. How are we doing then? I'm going to push a button. Are you all done? Jeff, how you doing? Oh, hell. Oh, flipping heck. That's over 1,000 microfarads out. So Colin's 1200. You've got it, Colin. Good job. Hell. So, yeah, so it's all right, but my God, that's gone high. It's just lucky that our transistors are still in one piece, really. But saying that, what's that going to do? What is that going to do? Let me think. It's C15. So it's a bit later in the stage. That's a ground. Where's our positive going? To that cap. So it's going through another capacitor in series with it, which is a bit strange. Oh, actually, no, that's the one on the output to the speaker. That's the one on the speaker output. So that could potentially have damaged the speaker, that one. Shocking. You keep 7 6 silkies and an old English bantam cockerel. Nice. The only chicken keeper in central London. Yeah, we've got ours are all sort of hybrids. They're not pedigree, any of them. We've got light Sussex. We've got ginger Rangers. We've got two speckled Morans. I forget all of their breeds off the top of my head, but yeah, we got about 7 different breeds. Right, next one then. what have we got next? We've got 100, 250. We've got a couple 250s next, so let's do a 250 then. 250 microfarad. Now we're on to the Dallies. Now we're on to the Dallies, the blue ones, and they're all Dallies, and these are horrible caps. But for some reason, they were actually working. The amplifier was working. Normally, the amplifiers on them just sound terrible, but it didn't sound too bad, did it, really? It should sound a damn sight better now. With all Vishays on it. So it's got about 12 to 15 quid's worth of Vishays in that, I reckon. There's got to be 12 to 15 pounds worth of Vishays in there. Mongrel, don't call them mongrels. You wait till I tell Mrs. Cruncher, Theo. You'll be in big trouble calling them mongrels. Oh dear. 3, 2, 1. Dusty bin, isn't it? 3, 2, 1. I can't. I never could do it. Never could do the old 3, 2, 1. Are we ready? 250. Oh, that's high. So it's nearly double, but the ESR is 3.3. That should be well below 1. Should be well below 1. So who's closest on that one? Nearly, what, just under 570. Anybody in the 500s? No, nobody's anywhere near that one. Benji's 380. I think Benji's closest. Afternoon Lawrence, how are you? Benji's closest, I think, at 379. So yeah, that one's way out, isn't it? It's supposed to be 250. So with that in mind, what do we think on the other 250? What do we think of the other 250? Shaun's getting all these capacitors as well. So Shaun, you're getting these caps. Where's the other 250? Here we go. So we got another 250. So I bet you're all going a bit higher now, aren't you? Yeah, I thought so. I thought you'd be going higher now. Oh, Derek's still keeping low. But everyone's going high now. They're all up in the 500s. Some 400 odds. 391, 321. Dusty bin again. It just gone with Dusty bin again. Oh, well, there we are. That's a bit of a shocker, that one's not far off. It's strange, isn't it? They're both in the same circuit, but one is like massively off and one is not far off at all. So that one's only 50 microfarads out, so well within spec and a low ESR. The other one I think was 3.3 ohms, wasn't it, ESR? And 500 odd. So we've got Lawrence in at 290, so he's only 10 out. 310 is 10.2 out. Who else have we got in there? You think I think you were a bit late, Michael. Just going through, see who else is close. It was a late entry, Lawrence, but I think you've got it. Just pipped a resonator. Unless Michael did actually get in before the delay. I don't know. There's a bit of a delay on this, so the jury's out on that. What else have we got? Next, we've got all our hundreds, I think. 100. Tens, tens, tens. 50 and a 50. Okay, so we've got 2 hundreds at 25 volts then to start with. So 100 microfarad. Again, there's all these dally things. They're rubbish. But 25 volts, 100 microfarads. Decimal points. 220 for arena. Ninja's gone 111. 150. Oh, you being No, you cheated. Oh, well done for owning up though, Michael. I thought it was a little bit of a late entry, but you know, we would have given you the benefit of the doubt, mate, as you know. Brilliant. My tanker doesn't seem to be sitting flat at the moment, but I might have dropped it and dinged the base of it, but there you go. Are you going to go early now, Michael? Or are you going to wait for me to tell you what it is again? Oh dear. Excellent. So, quickly, Michael, I'm going to push a button. I'm going to push a button. I'm going to push it. 100 microfarads, 25 volts, coming in. Oh, I'm gonna say that's not a good noise. So only one beep instead of the two. So we got high ESR of 2.2, and it's gone to 361. So Rob's gone 300. Rob's gone, I think it's Rob, Mr. Rob Cross. Mr. Rob Cross in with 300, look. Only 61 out, but still that's gone really high. That's more than tripled in value. So with that, let's try another one exactly the same. So have a look at that, 361.9, 2.2 ohms. Exactly the same capacitor. Probably in a different part of the circuit, but what do you think? Come on, Brett, you've not won anything yet. You're normally good at this. 100 then, 25 volts, same as the last one. Simon, how you keeping, mate? We're just playing capacitor bingo, Simon. We've been messing about with the amplifier. I've just pulled them out of this this RP30, RP18 amplifier. I can't remember the part number of this one. It's not actually marked on the board, which is unusual. They normally mark all their boards unless it's underneath the heat sink. So I don't think it's got a number. I don't think it's got a number. It's got a 30 ohm loudspeaker, but I don't think it's got a number. It looks like it has had some modifications as well. Right, how are we doing? Are we ready? Let's do it. Mike! How you doing, Mike? Mike Hammond, that is. You're back. 7 freeze, mate. Just got back from a chilly bike ride. So that one's... See, that's chalk and cheese, isn't it? That was 148.2. So that one's okay, really. It's gone high, but compared to the last one, who's got closest to that then? So Keith's 30, Richard's 135. Yeah, I think it's Rich. I think it's Rich, that one. I think it's Rich. So we've got another 100 at 12 volts this time then. We've got to get through these, otherwise we won't have time to stick this back in the radio and see if it's made any improvement. I'm not going to have a chance to do the quiescent current and midpoint voltage today, but we'll do that another day. Do that probably next Sunday when we finalise it. So this one's 100 microfarads again at 12 volts. So if you will have a think about that one, I'm going to get the chassis back up. No worries, Mike. No worries. It's quite enjoyable. It does take time, though, doesn't it? It really, you can't do anything else. So, you know, hats off to you, mate, for doing it every day of the week. Well, weekdays anyway. It's certainly not an easy task, but it is quite enjoyable. It's good to have a yap to everybody as well. So yeah, Mike runs our 11s is net every day, but he's been off this week, just gone most of the week, because his good lady's been not very well. So in his absence, I've sort of stepped in and run the nets for him. So normally what happens is Mike will run the net and I'll call in on the net and I'll crack on and carry on working on bits and pieces, but I haven't been able to do that this week. But as I say, been enjoyable anyway, nonetheless. So how are we doing? 100 microfarads. I hope Velma is well on the mend now, Mike, anyway. Negative COVID. That's good stuff. Brilliant. Right, let's do it. Here we go. Ooh, 4.3 ESR. That ain't good. It's only 126, but that ESR is way too high. Rich, 125. Hell. You're nearly bang on, Rich. Nearly bang on, mate. Lawrence wasn't far off, but Rich with 125 was almost on the nose. Okay, next one then, 50 microfarads. This one is at 12 volts, 50. Again, these are all Daleks anyway. Negative COVID. Did you have to have a COVID test, Mike, did you? So I may have got an overlap here because I've got Jeff saying 200. You had 2 numbers on the lottery last week. Oh dear. 101, come on, Brett. Oh, for Velma, Mike. Right, okay. Well, hopefully she's well on the mend, Mike. So if you need me to step in, just let me know again. If you do need to shoot off, I'm sure one of us can run it for you. I say it's not an easy task, really. You have got to concentrate. I got confused a few times, but you know, I'm easily confused. Jed, afternoon, Jed, 76. Yeah, I mean, we're all in the ballpark. It could be. It could have gone mentally high. I think the thing to look for is the ESR on these, because these dallies don't seem to be very good ESR. Although that 250 was okay just now. Let's do it then. Here we go. Oh, hell. Look at the ESR on that thing, look. These are rubbish caps. Good practice for me. I don't need practice, Mike. I have run nets in the past, but not for a long time. 63. So Rich again is hellish close. Oh, Lawrence, 62. It's got to be Lawrence, surely. I think it's Lawrence. Yeah, it's Lawrence. It's definitely Lawrence. Okay. So we've got another one now. This is rated at 6 volts, though. Another 50. Another 50 at 6 volts this time. Nasty things these are. Horrence. What the nerf is Horrence, Jeff? Between 40 and 212. No, I'm sorry. I'm going to disallow that, Shaun. I'll disallow that. 72, 56, 52. Oh, Horrence was Lawrence. Sorry, Jeff, I got you there. I'm with you now. Cheers, Derek. Thanks for joining us today, mate. Always a pleasure. Yeah, I'll be back on Wednesday. We've got to finish that R707 on Wednesday. Here we go then. Oh, again, just a 1 beeplet. That's gone low. That's gone low. Did anyone go low? Very high ESR again. Anybody go low? 35. We've got 59 Theo. 58 Rich. 52 Lawrence. 52 Resonator. It's between Resonator and Lawrence then. Both the same. Cheers, Mike. Thanks for popping in, mate. Should be on there tomorrow. Three to go. So these are all the same caps. They're all 10 microfarads, 25 volts. All 10 at 25. So I'm going to do the average of all three. Save us a bit of time. So I want the average of all three, 10 microfarads, 35 volts. We'll zoom through these and I can test this radio because it is now just turning 6 o'clock. If I can find a pen. I've got a pencil, that'll do. So ESR. So I'm looking for the average of these. Lawrence put it in first, Resonator, did he? You changed your mind and added it to 53 as well, Resonator. I'm not sure what's going on there. 13.2. Well, it could be. You never know. If we've got a couple high and a couple low, it could pan out that way. So you keep guessing. I'm going to start measuring them. $40, Jeff. So what I'm going to just turn this. I'm just going to move this out of the way so you can't see it, and I'm going to write down all three while you're still guessing. So it's 10 microfarads. Oh, that was a naughty noise, wasn't it? Oh, that one's not good. That one ain't good. We've got a second one, so keep guessing, people. 10 microfarads. 25 volts. Number 2, let's measure that one. Oh my God. Surely not. Hell. These are absolutely shocking. How are we doing? Dorf's retracted a message. What are you saying, Dorf? Let me just check the last one. Oh my. Okay. You're not going to believe the readings on these. You change your mind, Keith. 100. Well, to get from 10 to 100, they'd have to be pretty bad. So I'm going to have to do some maths a minute, and then I'll reveal the results. But it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Well, the ESR is absolutely shocking. I can only go on 2 because one was not measurable. It's 41.13 divided by 2. So the average was 20.56. Look at those. That is shocking. So we had 18.98 on the first one, and an ESR 31.2. The second one didn't even measure in-circuit leaky. Which one was that? Was that this one? Which one was the in-circuit leaky now? Yeah, look at that one. In-circuit leaky. Over 40 ohms ESR, so that one's absolutely shot. Why was this amplifier working? So who was closest to 20.5 then? Who was closest to 20.5? 29 Rob, 16, 23 Resonator. I think it's Resonator. 250? New game show. It could be, Adrian. It could be. It's good fun, isn't it? It's only a bit of a laugh. I think it's Resonator at 23. Unless I'm wrong. Unless we've got somebody about 17. We had Benji at 16. Yeah, absolutely shot, aren't they? Right. I've got it hooked up with our newly capped amplifier. Fire in the hole. Should draw a bit more current now as well.
Early chance. Douglas Louise had a header wide in the first half. There was the
oh yes,
that was given but wasn't before half time. But really, that is in the half. Have possession, but are doing nothing with it.
And that's been the problem since he's been injured, Jack Grealish. They're not creating enough chances. They created a few half chances in the first half.
Oh yes. We're in business. Hell. Let's pop that on the... Where are we? We're on medium wave.
That either. Villa have not scored more than 1 goal in any of their last 10 matches. And they're not looking like getting any in this game. Still at 1-0, it's finally poised.
And Johnny makes the changes like Trezeguet. Had no impact. Has no impact on the game so far. These players, if you come on...
The tone is a lot better.
Trezeguet's not scored this season in 20 appearances. This is his 21st. Long ball downfield by Fulham. You know, the nerves will... Was down 11 at number 35. You know the year we're in just yet? It was the year when Cilla Black said, "What's it all about? Okay, I can't sing it quite.
Papered over the cracks.
This is the issue, though, because when we station have said that if they win the Europa League,
It's actually picking up a hell of a lot.
In the Europa, that's... 15 minutes to play. Fulham, less than 15 minutes away from a win here at Villa Park. Loftus-Cheek heading it forward. Traore gets it down, turns. Loftus-Cheek snapping away at him. Still going Traore, went down.
Baker Street. Long wave.
Among Lorna's communities over the impact of Brexit. And in a separate development last week, the Public Prosecution Service decided not to prosecute Sinn Féin members who'd attended a large funeral in apparent breach of coronavirus regulations. That provoked outrage among unionist politicians. Some nationalists say the unionist rhetoric has inflamed tensions. That's rejected by the DUP MP.
parce que vous savez que dans ces cas-là, eh bien le diable se cache dans les
The democratic constitution is suspended under pressure.
There's something interfering, but
British forces.
Might be the light.
He participates in a demonstration. He gets wounded. He spends a night in jail, and he's basically infuriated by the continued occupation of Egypt by Britain. The continued occupation is after 1922, when Egypt is nominally given independence, centered around the Suez Canal itself, which the British had refused. The reason, in some ways,
une ligne claire écrite avec son
French.
Vaccine delays and for their speedy distribution
Radio
to poorer
4.
countries. Our correspondent Mark Lowen.
Mass as Pope Francis tried to console the faithful. He spoke of Easter as a time of hope, not a magic formula to escape from the pandemic. He said, but of Christ's resurrection as a symbol for the victims.
It works.
Those who've
Job
lost
done.
loved ones, jobs, and time with friends or school and university.
E I vaccini istituiscono
And actually, there's, I think there are...
There's loads on there.
And right. Yeah, a tidy finish from Trezeguet. Remember last season, remember that tremendously thrilling moment when he scored that goal that won the Carabao Cup semi-final here at this end. And
Have you noticed the noise has gone from the bass pot? Now, I haven't done anything to that.
Villa Park that was absolutely bouncing, wasn't it, that night? Hopefully those days aren't too far away, with the promising news today that there will be a crowd in for the Carabao Cup final this season in 3 weeks' time. Fulham. Oh, Towson has lost possession. Davis has taken it on into the box. Watkins in the middle. Davis with a cross. Oh, Trezeguet with another chance! And he scored again! Trezeguet with 2 goals in the space of 3 minutes for Villa to completely turn it around. And Fulham, from a position where they thought they were moving up and out of the bottom 3, are now behind here at Villa Park.
There you go. Bit of football excitement right at the end. It is really sensitive. I mean, I've got the advantage of the external active antenna, which covers medium and long wave. That does help it along, but even without that, it's still picking up a hell of a lot. And a big improvement from when we started, a massive improvement. And I'm not surprised looking at the state of some of them caps. So we'll finish off with a quick chat, and then I'm going to knock it on the head because it's gone 6 now. So we've done really well to get it that far, I think. You just put your RP30 as a mark of respect. It's a big transformation, that. It's been a fair bit of work today. And a lot of capacitors. I've had to pop 2 transistors in it, unfortunately, as well. Because one of them, the legs were cut just too short to actually physically get it back in. And the other one just died after we zapped it. Didn't like it at all, but that's what happens. Yeah, they sound great, Jeff. They really do sound really good. So we've enjoyed that today, people. I did say we'd do the RP30 today, and that's pretty much most of the electrics done on it. It needs a bit of a service. The pulleys and that will all need oil in, a squirt of switch cleaner in all the pots. We need to do the quiescent current, midpoint voltage on the amplifier. Stick it on the signal generator, see if we can get a bit more out the IF stage, perhaps. But it looks to be bang on frequency anyway, so we don't need to mess with the RF. Anthony, how are you doing? You just missed your first live show. Next time, mate. Next time, Anthony. Join us again. It's normally about 1:30, 2 o'clock on a Sunday, Anthony. I don't know where you are, but it's almost certainly on around about 2 o'clock anyway. You'll catch me. And if you click the bell, you'll get a notification when I go live, mate. So you won't miss it. Claudio. Cheers, mate. Glad you enjoyed it, Jed. I've still got my little bit of beer to go. So I think on Wednesday we're going to carry on and get the R707 done. That can then go back to its owner. That'll be another one out the door. I've pretty much finished the airband radios now. I was actually able to get out and spray the handles this week, so I've got that bundle ready to go back to Darren, I reckon. Good stuff. And you, Aston. And I'll be down with my suitcase full of cassettes anytime soon. Cheers, Rob. Thanks, Rob Cross. Isle of Man. All right, nice. Yeah, so normally go on I go on a Wednesday and a Sunday, Anthony. Wednesdays is usually around about 4 o'clock, and Sundays I usually go on just after lunch about 2 o'clock. Usually do a couple hours on Wednesday and a few hours on Sunday, depending on the occasion. I think we did over 6 hours last Sunday, but that was a special occasion. Copyright hit central, that was, but good fun. Grazie to you as well, Claudio. We're not going to do it on Wednesday, Shaun, because we're doing the R707 on Wednesday. You're going to plant out the sweet peas. I think Mrs. Cruncher's put some of those in, Jeff, already. R707 Wednesday, and we should finish up the RP30 on Sunday. I came highly recommended by your son, did I, Anthony? Oh, well, thank you to your son, whoever he is. You can pick up Manx Radio here on the Isle of Wight. I have spoken to somebody on the Isle of Man on amateur radio, actually, on, I think it was 2 meters SSB. I used to get him quite often, actually. Well, thanks to your son, Anthony, for recommending it. Sorry you've missed it, mate, but you can still watch it. You've just got to start from the start. You're only joking. You weren't joking at all, Shaun. You just want it now, don't you? You've seen it's working and you just want it. Yeah, they're not plants, Brett. They're seeds. So she's only planted the seeds. You can pick up Manx Radio, Rob, can you? There you go, Rob. He's very sorry that you can hear Manx Radio. Their ears are all bleeding, Anthony. I don't know if I can pick up Manx Radio here or not. My long wire's down at the moment. It's hanging over my neighbour's fence. I must go and reconnect it to the trees before they start budding and get overgrown with leaves. Yeah, we've had frost the last 2 mornings here, Brett, but I think we're above 1 degrees here now for the next few days, although the highest is 6 degrees one of the days. Yeah. You've got Manx Radio here in Newcastle on your Roberts 9962. Are the pubs open? No, they're not, Resonator. Not till the 12th, I don't think. I think it's the 12th of April they can open up the beer gardens. Start them on the windowsill. Yours are in the greenhouse and have been since October. Hell. Yeah, they did say we might... They did say we might have some snow, which is a bit bizarre, isn't it? Yeah, catch you soon, Nancy. As I say, Wednesday afternoon I'll be on, and back on Sunday afternoon as well. YouTube's giving you a nervous breakdown, Harvey. Just you know, let it all go over your head, mate. No darts, Resonator. No, I haven't had any darts for... Oh, well, we didn't even finish the last of the Winter League last season, so we haven't had any darts for ages now. It was due to restart last September, but didn't because of the lockdown, so we've missed a whole year of darts. Theo, thanks very much, mate. Glad you enjoyed that today, mate. I might have to put that to Mrs. Cruncher, Brett, see what she says. She always knows best. She knows best. I can't argue with her. They make things up when it comes to Devon. Nonsense. You're preparing for greenhouse cucumbers. Very nice. That was a bit quick for your second one, Harvey. You had your first one after me. I had my second one, yeah. That was a bit quick. Yeah. Right, people, I'm going to call it a day. I'm glad you've enjoyed that today. I've enjoyed doing it, and as I say, we'll finish it off next Sunday. Next Sunday we'll do the quiescent current midpoint voltage. We'll give it a service. We'll check the alignment, and we'll see if we can improve the reception a little bit, even better. And we've got cosmetics to do to it. I've got to try and find a rear grille. Got to polish a dial plate, give it a general clean, and then it'll be off to the Mancave Workshop. I'm sure he'll have a play with it over there. So we might get a third video out of it even. Could squeeze 3 videos out the same thing. Ha. You're a few degrees cooler up there, are you? It's usually the other way around, Brett, isn't it? Thanks, everybody. Cheers. Catch you all soon. And thanks to all my Patreons as well. Patreons are coming on very nicely, so thank you very much. You'll get midweek updates on Patreon as to what I'm up to. I've got a fair bit on at the moment as well, so plenty to be going round. So, yeah, happy Easter, everybody. Catch you soon. Glad you've enjoyed that today, and I shall see you on Wednesday, if not before. Bye for now.